September 3rd, in the year of our Lord, 1666. 4 people walked through a destroyed building amidst the burning streets of London. Voices cried out in pain and loss. The smell of fire and sulfur infected the cruel east wind. Thick ash covered everything as a funeral veil. Imogene Jagger walked through the flames of her home and library, unburnt, as the inferno rose to the heavens around her. First the plague, now this. Oliver Rook stepped out from behind a collapsed bookshelf, his voice hardly audible over the roar of fire, wind, and screams. It was a mistake letting him practice here. Elsbeth Vereen Seeley was kneeling in the ashes, fire curling around her as she lifted a scorched tome from the floor. You act as if we had any power over him. What were we to do exactly? She asked through tears at seeing her life's work smoldering before her eyes. A man, Arthur Serpin, darkened the door of the ruined library and spoke in a commanding voice. The only power we have is what he gives us. You know the oaths we've sworn better than any of us, Elsbeth. Have you found him? Asked Imogene. I have, Arthur responded. He held up his right hand, and a gold ring upon it shined in a light brighter than the fires around them. The 3 others gathered around and laid their ringed hands atop his own. In a flash of flame and smoke, they were gone. Another man stood alone atop the steep shingled roof of St. Paul's Cathedral, watching the flames climb higher and higher into the night. His coat blew harshly ever eastward. He breathed in deeply, filling his lungs with the putrid smell. 4 beings appeared to his back in flame and smoke. My lord, the library is gone. We saved what we could, but the wards were not erected to protect against hellfire, Arthur said disdainfully, bowing to the man in front of him. So be it, the Lord said darkly. Do you wish to begin again? He asked the 4. Are you sure that is wise? Asked Oliver. Perhaps our work would be safer somewhere else, Elsbeth said. Perhaps. Their lord closed his eyes and breathed deeply once more. You still have much to learn, and much yet to accomplish. He opened his eyes as a brutal wind ripped the flames below into an even more fervent fury. We shall go. I sense a place far away. A safer place. Get your things in order. We will be gone before the smoke clears. He turned around and all 4 kneeled before him, proclaiming their allegiance to him and uttering, "Yes, my lord," in unison. My plans are far from over. Hello, and welcome to AcheronAudio. I hope that you will enjoy this story, and if you do, please leave a like and a comment. I would really appreciate it. To stay up to date on when new stories are released, please feel free to subscribe and click the notification bell. Without further ado, I implore that you listen and enjoy. Corveil's Journal. Every time I close my eyes, I'm there. When I hear the waves crash against the boat, I'm there. When I hear a bell sound or a horn blow or a gust of wind, I'm there. I'm not just talking about memory. I'm actually there, feeling it, breathing it, living it, seeing my brothers die, seeing myself take another life, seeing the shell land next to me, crawling my way back through the mud, through the wire, battling to stay conscious, lucid, sane. Then it all goes dark, and I snap out of it. But I still feel it. It's a physical presence, a ghost lurking, watching me, standing behind me, standing on my chest when I try to sleep, when I try to breathe. It's hungry. I can't beat it. I can't outrun it. I can't outsmart it. It's always there, just on the other side of my eyelids, right in my blind spot, right in every dark corner of every dark room that I can't quite make out. It's waiting. It's so hungry. The draft age was 21. Everyone told me I'd be fine, and I was, until they changed it. I had just turned 18 when they drew my name, shipped me to some sloppy boot camp, and then threw me into the meat grinder. The whole thing felt like a bad dream. I had no concept of how bad that dream would get. For being called the Great War, it only lasted a few short years. For some people, it still hasn't ended. As it turns out, a few short years is all it takes to create the largest scale catastrophe humanity has ever known. Over 15 million dead. It was a massacre. I never used to believe in ghosts, but it's hard not to now. I didn't even know the war was over until a few months later, once I finally woke up long enough for them to tell me that we won. We won. Overall, I guess I was lucky. I was only there long enough to see the sights, get blown apart by a shrapnel shell, and shipped back home on the next boat. I made it out with just a few bumps, bruises, a missing hand, and a nearly fatal head wound. At least it was the Huns that got to me, not the flu. By the time we got back to the States, the war was over, and I was in and out of a coma in a cramped hospital. Before the war, everyone always called me a promising young man. Now everyone treats me like a wounded animal. They smiled and glanced at the nub where my right hand used to be, then avoid eye contact like the plague. I was supposed to go to law school, but I guess they don't want damaged goods now. So there I was, wallowing in self-pity and drowning my sorrows in the cheapest bourbon or gin I could find, like any self-respecting man would, trying my best to ignore the ghost standing in the corner of the room when the letter came. It had a strange crest embossed on the stationery, an ornate four-pointed star with a calligraphic A emblazoned in the center. It came from some place called the Antumbra Academy of Art on Gloomcleft Island off the coast of Salem. Now, I grew up in Salem, and I never heard mention of this place. Enclosed in the envelope was a letter in a pristine handwriting detailing a scholarship opportunity for veterans such as myself. I had never had much interest in art, but the ghost was getting restless, and this was something to pull me out of my stupor. Now I'm on a rusted old boat writing in a journal to stop myself from thinking, from remembering. I haven't the slightest clue what this school or my future holds, but there's only one way to find out. Chapter 1. Victor Corveil stood on the bow of the rusted passenger ferry, staring off into the fog. He could no longer see land behind him, nor their supposed destination. Amorphous shapes moved through the dark fog, making reference to the unimaginable horrors lurking within his subconscious. The knuckles on his left hand turned white as they tightened around the cold, wet railing. Thunder rolled in the distance. He let go of the railing and leaned forward, resting his forearm and the stub of his right hand against it and looking down into the foam below. It churned and rolled in sporadic chaos. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply of the damp sea air. The ship lurched, tossing him backwards away from the side of the boat. He reached out to catch himself with his right hand, which was no longer there. He hit the mud hard and a splash. Barbed wire surrounded him, and he heard screams through the orchestra of explosions and gunfire. He covered his ears and squeezed his eyes shut, adding his own scream to the symphony of terror around him. The pain in his chest was excruciating. He couldn't breathe, couldn't move. He was drowning. He forced his eyes open and gasped for air, reaching his phantom right hand into the sky as if trying desperately to grab a lifeline. The sky was gray. He tasted salt on his lips. "Sir, are you all right, sir?" He heard a voice ask from behind him. He rolled over onto his stomach and lifted himself up as the sailor reached him and offered his right hand. Corveil glanced at it and sighed deeply, then grabbed it with his left, pulling himself to his feet. "I'm all right. I just lost my balance is all," he said. "Perhaps you should sit in the cabin until we get closer." Reluctantly, he nodded and let the sailor guide him back to the small cabin. He passed by the window leading into the cabin and saw the reflection of a man he hardly recognized. His hair was even shorter now than it was when he was in boot camp. The doctors insisted on keeping it short so that his wounds could properly heal. The scars on his head and face were red and raw, and the eyes that stared back at him were not the ones he remembered. He had light blue eyes that were often mistaken for gray, but now they just looked dark and lifeless. He entered the cabin, where he took a seat against the wall. He pulled out a journal that he had kept since he was released from the hospital. They claimed it would help him organize his thoughts as he waited to fully recover from the effects of his head injury. All it really did was help him realize how much of a mess his mind and life were. But it was something to do to pass the time, to keep his mind off of, well, everything. He glanced to the side while he dug through his thick wool coat. Two hollow eyes stared back at him from the corner. They shined with a dim glow, like a wild animal in the dark. His ghost, as he had taken to call it. The ghost of the men he had killed. The ghost of a version of himself that had died in the Argonne forest. Hateful eyes. At first, he did everything he could to avoid those eyes out of fear. But now, looking at them filled him only with regret and hatred for himself. Through the dim light, he could barely make out the emaciated form of the creature the eyes belonged to, starved and gaunt. He blinked, and the apparition was gone. He pulled the wooden fountain pen with the dull copper cap from the right inner pocket of his coat and began to jot down his thoughts. The handwriting was elementary and smudged from his left hand. Ink stained his sleeve and his hand, but he had gotten used to it over the past weeks. Time passed slowly as he wrote, but before too long, the captain called out "land" from the front of the cabin. He finished his thought, then capped his pen and held up his journal to blow on it in an attempt to dry the ink. He stood and walked towards the front of the small cabin and exited the room on the starboard side. He returned to the railing he had rested against earlier and scanned the dense fog. Dark shapes began to form from the oppressive gray, and gulls called out in the distance. The darkness took shape in harsh and jagged lines of rock. Steep, cruel cliffs came into view, waves violently beating against them, exploding into white mist like white phosphorus. He shuddered at the memories of trudging through the never-ending oceans of the burning gas. Boys screaming and dying as it melted their flesh and burned their lungs. Even through a gas mask, the pain was almost unbearable. He heard a bell ring in the distance as his mind was brought back to the present. The ship skirted around the side of the large island until a small dock came into view. The foghorn of the ship blasted, threatening to send Corveil into another episode, but he fought it. The half-healed burns and scars on his head flared in pain as he scrunched his face and covered his eyes. He was sure the sailors thought him a lunatic at this point, but he didn't care. The horn finally relented, and Corveil was able to regain a semblance of decorum as they pulled into the dock. Large stone structures rose into the distance, and many buildings in the Tudor style populated a small village near the dock. He found it hard to imagine that this island lurked so closely off the coast, and yet he had never heard or seen anything about it. It was far out past Baker's and Misery, yet this island was supposedly bigger than both. He walked to where the exit ramp would be placed, hiking up the canvas duffel slung around his shoulder. He hadn't brought much, just a few changes of clothes and other personal effects. He honestly didn't intend on staying here long. He just wanted to see what all the fuss was about. The boat docked, and sailors and dockhands tied the boat off and connected the ramp for him to disembark. Everything was eerily quiet, other than the waves beating against the cliffs nearby and the occasional screech of a gull. He had no idea what to expect from this place, but the closer he got, the more curious he became. This entire place had a rather mystical quality that he couldn't quite explain. He walked up the wooden dock and onto the cobbled street of the small coastal village. He walked past tall Tudor townhouses and shops, all seeming to be in various states of disrepair. Not that they were abandoned, just that the sea had not been kind to them. A slight drizzle of rain fell from the gray sky that grew increasingly darker and more angry. As he made his way through the small village center, he heard the blast of the ship's foghorn as it departed for the mainland. He shivered at the sound and at the rain. It was early spring, but the chill from the winter had yet to fully fall away. Small piles of slushy snow still huddled against the corners of buildings. The village seemed almost empty. Only candles and windows and the occasional plume of smoke from a chimney gave any indication of life. On the other side of the village was an old cobbled road that led into the highlands of the island. Thankfully, a signboard stood jutting from the rocks and snow nearby that gave him direction. Other than the small village and another on the far side of the island, it appeared mostly remote and uninhabited. The main exception being the sprawling star-shaped campus detailed atop the highland cliffs on the far east side of the island, where this road supposedly led. The map claimed that the campus was a 10-minute walk, so he started walking. The rain steadily increased as he journeyed across the island. He neared the crest of a hill and spotted spires reaching towards the sky, like jagged spikes erupting from the ground. The rest of the campus soon came into view, and the scope of the large area startled Corveil. The entire settlement was surrounded by a thick stone wall, adorned with ornate Gothic spikes. Beyond the wall, there were 3 large manor houses with incredible architecture. The center one was more of a castle than a manor, with platforms and ramparts climbing up its center tower. Dozens of smaller white and brown half-timbered buildings dotted the premises. He approached the wall. In front of him, its imposing pattern broke to form a metal archway supported by stone pillars. In the center of the metal arch was the same 4-pointed star with an A that had marked the letter he had received. A copper plaque embedded into the stone wall read, Antumbra Academy of Arcane Art, established in 1666 by the Fourrose family, dedicated to Arthur Serpin, Imogene Jagger, Elsbeth Vereen Seeley, and Oliver Rook. Corveil stopped in his tracks. Arcane art? He thought to himself. What have I gotten myself into? He steeled himself, then continued forward. Unlike the village by the docks, this place seemed to be bustling with life despite the rain. Students and professors walked swiftly from building to building. The men wore vests, hats, and slacks. The women wore blouses and skirts, each with long coats or umbrellas. Everyone's heads were down, reading books or sorting through research papers, trying to keep them dry. The kind of thing you would expect to see at university. Everyone engrossed in learning and education. The spring semester was clearly well underway. Corveil closed the distance to the imposing center structure until the sign on a smaller building to his right stood out to him. Office, Admission, and Administration, it read. He turned towards it and approached the wooden door next to where the sign hung. He lifted his hand to knock, but the door swung open on its hinges just before his knuckle met the wood. He furrowed his brow, expecting to see someone exiting from the other side, but there was no one. He blinked off his confusion and then stepped inside. "Come in, come in," a warm voice spoke from behind a tall desk to his left. Two sickly yellow eyes stared at him from the corner of the room, as always. The woman sitting behind the desk was a kindly-seeming older woman with thin wire-framed glasses atop her grayish-white-haired head. Her wrinkled smile was a warm welcome. A small sign sat atop the desk with the woman's name etched into it. "Hello, ma'am. My name is Victor Corveil. I received a letter."
"A pleasure to meet you, young man. May I see this letter?"
He reached his hand into his duffel and pulled out his journal in which he had stored the letter and placed it on the desk, sliding it near the woman. She picked it up.
"Let's see here. Just let me find my cheaters."
She began looking around her desk for the glasses atop her head. Corveil lifted his hand to his own head, miming the motion.
"All right, of course. Thank you, dear."
She pulled them down and then pushed and pulled the letter to and from her face to focus in on the words.
"Ah, yes,"
she said as she looked down and cross-referenced a list of names that sat on the desk next to her.
"Here we are. Victor Corveil. Served in the Marines, did you?"
she asked, smiling, then looked Corveil up and down, just noticing his scars and wounds for the first time. Her face grew solemn. "Yes, ma'am," he said after glancing down.
"Oh dear, I'm sorry, I didn't see. Well, no matter. Everything seems to be in order. Are you looking to enroll or just taking a look around?"
"Just having a look," he said.
"Ah."
She reached down and pulled a slim form out of a drawer to her right.
"That being the case, I'll just need you to sign these waivers."
She slid them towards him on the desk. "Waivers?" he asked. "What for?" She shifted in her chair.
"Well, you see, we do lots of academic research here, and not all of said research is publicly available, shall we say. It's just a simple precaution."
He quickly glanced through the document before him. He had never seen such a thing before. Though he never studied law at the university level, he had done his fair share of preparations for it. But a document binding someone to silence was unheard of. Such things were generally seen as common sense, and most judges would side with the accuser if such information were to get out. It wasn't a bad idea to have such agreements in written form. It merely caught him off guard, though he didn't see any harm in agreeing to it. He signed his messy and smudged signature on the bottom of the paper and slid it back across the desk.
"Wonderful. Now if you'll just follow Howard, he will show you around campus."
She motioned to the same corner where Corveil's ghost sat perched. When he followed her gesture, he saw the same eyes and watched as they slowly blinked, and a man stood up from the shadowed corner. Corveil took a step back, startled at first. Had he completely missed this man when he walked in, and instead mistook him for his own delusion? This was becoming a problem. The man that stood before him was tall and gaunt. His shadowed gray eyes stared at him from his oblong face. His lips seemed pulled into a constant thin line. The strange man wore a sharp dark gray suit and green necktie. He offered his right hand to Corveil. Corveil looked down at it, and then reached his left hand over and pulled up the sleeve of his coat, revealing the stub underneath. This Howard glanced down as well, then retracted his hand and spoke in a high, eerie voice.
"If you'll follow me."
He walked past Corveil and out the door into the rain. Cynthia's diary, written in a flowery and flowing hand.
"Dear Diary, it's been 2 days since we docked on Gloomcliff. So far away, yet it reminds me of home. The sea, the weather, the cliffs and the hills. So similar, yet so different. Ireland feels so alive, like a living land. Each crashing wave is a deep breath of fresh air. This place feels like it's barely clinging to life with the last threads of its being. The waves are its death rattle. I feel the power in the land, but it's different, cold and almost dormant. When I reach out through the knots, I feel it come alive and twist and turn before it retreats once again. It's dark and tainted, hesitant but boiling over with raw and untapped power. As the only Banjri in this generation, the Order were hesitant to send me. But who are they to deny the request of the Dagda? The Tuatha Dé Danann weave knots that not even we can untangle. We simply must pluck the cord and continue weaving. I'm excited for what this strange land holds, and I'm eager to learn from the Dagda. Though he may have forgotten the weave, his power is far older and stronger, though less pure. I've spoken with a number of my fellow housemates, and was alarmed to learn that nearly none of them had even touched the powers before coming here. I had hoped to learn from their experiences, but instead I've been left wanting. I desperately await for classes to begin. Cynthia Pride.
Chapter 2. Victor Corveil followed Howard across the muddy grounds as a light misting of frozen rain continued to fall. He noticed that despite the grand architecture and size of the campus, it was relatively small compared to other universities he had toured before the draft, though the amount of people walking to and from buildings hinted at a larger campus.
There are 4 dormitory buildings, each dedicated and named after the 4 founding families of the academy,
Howard said, leaning towards the central courtyard. He motioned to 2 large buildings to the right of the main manor.
Those are the male dormitories, Serpent's Den and Rook's Lair.
He motioned towards one of 2 identical buildings on the other side.
That is the female dormitory, Jagger's Nest.
Then motioning to the other.
And that is Seely's Dray, where all the misfits go,
he said coldly. They arrived in the middle of the complex, in a cobblestone courtyard. There an elaborate black marble fountain stood, depicting a massive dragon with a large sword piercing the top of its skull and protruding from its mouth. Water flowed out from between its fangs like fire.
The manor in the center there is called Leviathan Hall. It houses the main auditoriums. All other auditoriums are housed within the 2 other manors flanking it, Behemoth and Ziz halls.
His nasally voice was beginning to annoy Corveil. He most certainly could have wished for a better tour guide.
The faculty stay in the auxiliary buildings around the administrative offices, and the dining hall is on the other side near the female dorm,
he said, pointing to a wide and short building beyond the tall dormitories.
Do you have any majors in mind?
He asked.
Law. Ah, well, this is an art school,
he said with ominous condescension.
Do you have a list or something of the subjects offered?
Corveil asked.
You really didn't come prepared, did you?
I wasn't exactly given much information,
he said through gritted teeth. Howard just grunted in a smug reply.
What exactly is it you do here, Howard?
Corveil asked, trying not to sound passive-aggressive. Whether he succeeded or not, Howard gave little indication and continued on in his high, monotone voice.
Yes, I suppose you wouldn't know. I'm an interim professor here. I teach creative writing and historical analysis of occult text.
A loud bell rang out from the central structure. Corveil felt it in his chest, like a shockwave, and then he was watching the bell tower of Montfaucon crumble and fall as it was rent in half by a 420mm howitzer shell. The rubble buried his brothers in arms. This position had been held and entrenched by the Huns for months. Now, before they were even able to evacuate their own men, they were bombing it to hell. The hill was theirs now, but at what cost? Scraps of stone and metal pelted Corveil's face. He lifted his arm to shield himself, right as another round struck a building behind him, burying him in dust and stone. He gasped deeply as his eyes refocused on the world around him. The war was over. It was over. "Are you all right?" Howard asked. Corveil turned his head to the oppressive gray above, and icy rain stung as it bit into his face. "Yeah," he croaked. "I suppose I should show you into the main hall. I think the headmaster is there." Howard began to walk towards the central building he had named as Leviathan Hall, without awaiting a response from Corveil. He stood there in the bitter rain for a few more moments. He found the frozen daggers pelting his face oddly refreshing. The pain and the cold helped to keep him present. He sighed deeply, then hurried to catch up with Howard. They neared the large central building, and its true scale became viscerally apparent to Corveil. The entire first level was made from hewn dark stone, with strange shapes carved into each block. The half-timbered walls of the manor stretched into the sky. Its central tower loomed overhead, and its secondary spires to either side provided it with cruel company. With intricately woven stone and massive dark wood support beams, it looked like a dark fortress from a fairy tale. Corveil was still staring up at the imposing structure as they reached the door. Howard held it open for him to enter. He passed the threshold into darkness. Tons of lead streaked by in red-hot trails overhead. Smoke from gunfire and explosions lay low in the valley, blocking out the light from the moon and stars above. They had been pushing through no man's land at night, hoping beyond hope that they wouldn't be seen. Brothers fell under his feet as the Huns popped up from funk holes and trenches to pick them off. There was no time to mourn, no time to respect their sacrifice. He had to keep moving. It was that or join his fallen brothers in hell. He heard a loud click. He had heard the screams of boys dying, the sound of flesh and sinew being torn from bone, but nothing rattled him as much as that sound. He looked to the right, hoping that he wouldn't see what he dreaded most. And there it was. A tall mound of dirt with a German machine gun squad sat atop it. The Hun, whose eyes were sunken and shining in a sickly yellow glow, had cocked and primed the evil weapon, and with a wicked smile, pulled the trigger. Fire spewed from its muzzle, and all hell broke loose as the chandelier in the foyer of the manor sparkled in the dark room. He was back, for now. A small, ghastly creature huddled behind the shadow of the door, his emaciated body curled around an urn full of soaked umbrellas. Corveil looked back up and took in the sight of the grand foyer for the first time. It was dark. Black stone tile covered the floor, and oppressive dark wooden arches held the walls and ceiling aloft. The ornate crystal chandelier sparkled and glistened against the dark walls and tile. Grand was a severe understatement to describe this place. Directly ahead of him was Howard, talking to a tall man with finely cropped hair and beard, wearing a pristine dark green peacoat and jet black suit beneath. Corveil noticed a large silver signet ring with a wide oval face on his left hand. He couldn't quite make out the sigil on its face from this distance. He walked forward, and the man pushed Howard to the side and extended his left hand.
"Ah, you must be Mr. Corveil,"
he said with a bright smile that engulfed his entire face, and in a strong English accent, an accent Corveil had gotten used to during the war. Corveil looked down at the man's ringed hand that was extended to him. No one had ever offered to shake his left hand before. Perhaps this man was simply left-handed. He extended his own hand, and they shook firmly.
"It's sincerely a pleasure to meet you, my friend. My name is Lucien Foros. I am the headmaster here at Antumbra."
"Likewise, headmaster."
"Please, just call me Lucien, or Foros, or Professor. I'm really not very picky,"
he said, chuckling. He placed his hand on Corveil's shoulder and led him away from the entrance and deeper into the manor.
"So, Victor, What do you think of our campus so far?
Lucian asked as they walked down the long, ornate hallway with doors to large classrooms and auditoriums on each side.
It's different from what I expected, I suppose.
Corveil responded.
What exactly did you expect?
He honestly wasn't sure. He hadn't been sure if the school even existed to begin with, given the strange circumstances of his invitation and its location. Lucian seemed to take his silence for answer enough, and continued.
Well, I do hope you decide to enroll with us. We pride ourselves on giving everyone an opportunity to learn here. We have students from around the world in attendance this year. It gives me great joy to extend such an invitation to someone who so valiantly served and sacrificed for our way of life against the Germans.
Images flooded Corveil's mind. Blood, smoke, death.
Why does it always come back to this?
He thought to himself. Lucian stopped walking, seeing the far-off look that had overcome Corveil's face.
I apologize. I didn't mean to bring up a sore topic such as the war. I am simply very thankful for your service, but I will not mention it again,
he said sincerely with a thin and mournful smile. Corveil cleared his throat.
No, it's all right. Sometimes it just feels like that sacrifice was wasted.
He held up his stub of a right hand, surprised at himself for opening up like this.
What did all the killing and death really accomplish? Was it really worth it?
Lucian sighed, like a father being asked a difficult question by his son.
That is not my place to decide. Only you, who fought and bled for it, can honestly answer that question. Come along. Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our staff.
He led him further in, and then into a wide classroom where a stout woman with black and gray hair was teaching. He and Lucian stood at the back of the class while the woman finished speaking. The room was only a quarter full of students. Men and women of various ages listened intently to the woman up front, taking notes as they went. The professor was just wrapping up and assigning homework on something she called Kabbalah. Diagrams, strange symbols, and grids littered her blackboard. Lucian leaned over and whispered in Corveil's ear.
As I'm sure you know, our spring semester is nearly half through. Many of these students have elected to take more classes than necessary, but with various midterms approaching, well, things start to get more frantic around this time of year.
I'm sorry, Corveil said. I hadn't realized the semester schedule. Now is probably a bad time to...
Not at all, Lucian interjected. We accept mid-semester enrollments all the time. Our goal is to educate whenever and however we can. Our invitation took a while to find you, so there is no need to apologize, and there would have been no reason for you to wait.
The professor at the front of the room dismissed her students and glanced at Lucian. Ah, headmaster, she said in a calm northeastern accent.
Elizabeth, my dear, allow me to introduce Victor Corveil. He is a prospective student,
Lucian said cheerfully. She introduced herself as Professor Elizabeth Valley and offered her welcome.
I saved him from Howard and decided to continue his tour myself.
Her eyes rolled at the mention of Howard. I don't blame you, a strange man, that one. Though he agreed with their comment, Corveil was taken aback by the casual way they spoke about a colleague.
Isn't he a fellow professor here?
He asked them. Interim professor, she corrected.
I invited him to join our faculty when the previous professor that filled his position took a leave of absence. He is an extremely intelligent man and talented writer, but he lacks certain social graces,
Lucian informed.
Ah, I see.
Don't you have a mid-semester pep speech to give, headmaster? Professor Valley asked.
Is it time already?
Lucian asked in alarm and checked his pocket watch.
Evidently so. Do you mind escorting Mr. Corveil to the main hall? I need to retreat to my office first,
he asked Elizabeth. Of course, headmaster. With a smile and a wave, he ran out of the classroom and down the hall. Professor Valley led him out into the hall and back the way he had come. He noticed a similar ring to the one Lucien wore, but hers was on her right hand, and he could clearly see the sigil emblazoned on its face. It was a strange geometric pattern with an odd symbol within its center. It appeared to be a curved line reminiscent of a question mark, with a circle connected to its curved end. As they walked, she gave a brief summary of the school's history, facts that Corveil had already gathered from his talk with Howard and from the plaque on the entrance gate. Entumbra Academy was founded nearly 300 years prior by affluent families who had an interest in more obscure art forms, funded and led by the Foros family, whom Lucien was a direct descendant of. She led him back into the foyer where he had entered and into a wide hallway which opened into a massive auditorium. He knew this place was huge, but this auditorium seemed impossibly large. It reminded him of images he had seen of Parliament or other high political courts, but at least double the size. Rows of pews and chairs spread out in every direction for hundreds of feet, all facing towards the center of the far wall where a stage was laid. High vaulted ceilings gave Corveil vertigo as he took in his surroundings. She led him through the gathering crowd of people who were filing into the tiers of pews wrapping around the large oval room, and out into the center of the floor, where a number of other people were gathering at a series of tables and chairs laid out there. She motioned him towards one of the long tables, and he took a seat. Professor Valley continued to the stage and took a seat with other faculty members behind the podium. A number of other students or prospective students sat down at the table with him. A young girl with flaming orange hair curling and flowing in every direction sat down in front of him. Her bushy head almost obstructed his view of the stage. She wore a rough linen blouse and a long green wool skirt that covered her feet. Both her skirt and the sleeves and collar of her blouse were covered in intricate golden embroidery depicting vines, trees, and knots. He scooted his chair back a few inches in an attempt to see around her to the stage. Her head swiveled at the sound of the chair legs against the tiled floor. Her emerald eyes, set in a round, freckled face, looked at him.
"Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Am I blocking your view?"
she asked in a soft voice with a strong Irish accent.
It's all right,
he responded. She glanced up at her hair and wrapped her arms around it, forcing it downwards with an incredulous sigh.
"Sometimes I wish I could cut me hair like yours,"
she said with a jesting smile. He struggled to smile back.
I used to prefer mine longer, but...
he said, gesturing to the burn and scar on the side of his head, with the hand he forgot he no longer had. She inhaled sharply and leaned back at seeing the wounds. He saw a twitch of fear or surprise in her green eyes as she did.
I'm sorry,
he said, covering his arm.
I didn't mean to frighten you.
He looked away, fleeing eye contact. That look on her face haunted him.
This is my life now,
he thought to himself harshly.
It's the same look that nearly everyone gives, like I'm a monster, like I'm some rabid animal gnawing at my own paw to escape a trap. Deranged. Dangerous.
A hand gently rested against his right forearm, which took him by surprise. He noticed thin lines of light blue ink on her skin, imitating the design on her clothes. He lifted his eyes. Her face had turned from surprise to pity.
Ah, yes. Then there's that face,
he thought.
"I'm not frightened. Just surprised is all."
Her pitiful face melted into a smile once more.
"I'm sorry,"
she said.
It's fine,
he responded, pulling his arm away and looking past her to the stage. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched her smile fade before turning around herself. Lucien walked out onto the stage and stood behind the podium. He cleared his throat, then began to speak.
Ladies, gentlemen, welcome to your favorite time of the year, midterm aptitude testing season.
This declaration was met by a mix of chuckles, laughs, and groans.
Though I understand this can be a stressful time, it is important for us as an academy to gauge the learning of our students. In an attempt to better help each and every one of you achieve your fullest potential in the arts, it is of utmost importance that we instruct, enable, and equip this next generation. You hold the future in your hands. We here at Antumbra Academy want to help you shape it into your image. It is a delicate world we live in, and the tools we use have the ability to change the balance. We must use these tools to change the world, not break it.
Corveil reluctantly leaned forward towards the orange-haired girl and whispered, "What is he talking about?" She turned her head, and he couldn't mistake the look of awe and admiration on her face. She flashed him a genuine and slightly mischievous smile before whispering back with a twinkle in her eye, "You'll see."
I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge a number of new prospective students that are joining us today.
He raised his hand out, palm up, motioning to Corveil and the others sitting around him at the tables in the center of the room. A light applause arose from the sides of the room, like waves lightly lapping a beach.
I'm sure you all have many questions, and they will all be answered in time. But for now,
Lucien tilted his head down and looked out at the crowd from under his brow. He held out his hands to either side of him, and Corveil could have sworn that he saw a slight glow emanating from his left hand.
allow me to welcome you to the Antumbra Academy of Arcane Art.
With a dangerous look in his eyes, Lucien snapped his fingers, and 2 plumes of fire sprouted from his hands. Then he clapped his hands together, and the room erupted in fire and light. Keen's journal, written in a tight and precise hand. Here we are, after all. I'm sure there's some small part of my father that is proud about that. A minor success after a lifetime of failure. Carrying on the family legacy in the only way I can, or some such nonsense. I'm not entirely sure what he hopes I'll learn. I've been tutored in the arts since my fingers were large enough to wear his ring. At least it's something to do, to get myself out from under his roof and his disappointed gaze. But coming here was the first thing we've both agreed on in nearly a decade, though I'm quite sure he would have forced me, one way or the other. Regardless of the circumstances of my attendance, it's the first glimpse of freedom I've seen all my life. It's like the fingers of my father's stranglehold have finally started to loosen. I feel like I can breathe deeply for the first time, even if that breath tastes like rotting seaweed and salt. I'm sure I'll be sorted into his dormitory, alone and secluded from the others. We don't need anyone asking questions, after all. But being locked in a room alone has never stopped me before. Why should it now? I'm not wasting my first chance at freedom being father's good little boy. As for my classes, I can't imagine I will find them too difficult, though I am curious about the Academy's views on Enochian studies, given my father's distaste of that particular subject. I heard that Foros is going to be doing a special welcome ceremony during his midterm speech. Not sure if he's just trying to show off for me or what, as if we haven't already met a dozen times. I just hope he doesn't make a fool out of himself. Only I'm allowed to do that. Keen Serpent. Chapter 3. Corveil's mind raced through every possible rationalization that he could come up with to explain what he was seeing. The room filled with flame and fire that danced around the space. It soared like a bird of brilliant fire, diving and gliding between the pews and tables and dark stone columns in the room. He blinked, convinced he was having another episode. He willed himself to snap out of it, to come back to reality. But when he opened his eyes again, the flames still burned. It was simply an illusion, smoke and mirrors, or perhaps some form of elaborate pyrotechnics display. Never in his life had he seen something so vivid and clear made from fire before. But this was the 20th century. The impossible was happening every day. He looked around the table where he sat and was glad to see the same look of astonishment and surprise shared on the faces around him. All except two. The flame-haired girl in front of him had a broad smile and bright twinkle in her eye. She was enthralled and awed, watching the spectacle in wonder and anticipation. Across the table from them was a boy who looked the same age as himself. They were tall and lanky, with messy raven-black hair reaching his well-defined jaw. His face was thin and far too pretty in Corveil's mind. His nose was slightly too small, his lips slightly too full, and his eyes slightly too large. By all normal standards, he was beautiful, a chic, and Corveil instantly disliked him. Amidst the chaos of the fire show, he looked down at his fingernails and twiddled his thumbs as if bored. Like seeing a room come alive with seemingly magical fire was a daily occurrence for him. The flaming bird or dragon or whatever the creature was supposed to be completed its third lap around the room and flickered out, showering the gathered crowd in sparks. The visitors in the center with Corveil all blinked themselves back to reality, questioning what they had just seen. The sparkle in the girl's eye in front of him never wavered. Lucien flared a large and genuine smile and raised his hands to quiet the murmurs of the crowd.
I know a lot of you newcomers have many questions, and they will all be answered in due time. But for now, I do believe the currently enrolled have classes and exams to attend. You are dismissed. The procession of students and various members of faculty was swift and orderly. After only a few minutes, only the visitors, a handful of teachers, and Lucien himself remained in the hall. Lucien and his entourage of teachers glided down the front of the stage towards the tables in the center of the room where Corveil and the others sat. The orange-haired girl in front of Corveil stood as Lucien approached, that same eager look in her eyes.
"That was incredible," she said in her thick accent.
Lucien smiled as he approached. Ah, you must be Miss Pride. The druids honor us with your attendance, he said with a deep bow. As for my little display back there, it was all show. Art like that is rarely practical, he chuckled. How did you do that? A young, dark-skinned boy whose hair was nearly as short as Corveil's own asked, clutching a small leather pouch tied to his belt. Fire and spirit, mostly, Lucien said, reaching Corveil's table and placing his hands upon it. But it is a complex spell to cast, and nothing you need concern yourself with. It is merely a demonstration of your potential. Lucien's eyes met Corveil's. Then he motioned for Pride to sit, which she immediately obliged. Now, I am aware that not all of you are familiar with our arts, or with, shall we say, the extracurricular sciences at all. You are probably struggling to comprehend what you have just seen, and rationalize it with the world you think you know. I apologize for the abruptness of this revelation. Subtlety has rarely been one of my best virtues.
You expect us to believe this is some kind of magic? A boy called out from behind Corveil.
Hardly. I expect you to learn and experience for yourself what we offer here, and then draw those conclusions for yourself. Whether or not you decide to call it magic, art, or science is entirely up to you, my friend, Lucien replied coolly.
Lucien was right about one thing. Corveil was finding it extremely hard to rationalize what he had just seen. He always considered himself fairly open-minded, but even open-mindedness has its limits. This wasn't magic. It was madness. If these people were honestly about to try and pawn off parlor tricks and illusion as actual sorcery, or worse yet, science, then he decided at that moment he wouldn't want any part of it. He started to rise from his seat to leave. When Lucien spoke, in his calm yet commanding voice. Mr. Corveil, one moment of your time, if you please. He then turned to the other hopefuls. Behind me stand several members of the faculty here at Antumbra. They are eager to answer all questions you may have. Professor Valley, would you be so kind as to take it from here?
Of course, Headmaster. Now, this academy was founded... She began addressing the still-seated crowd. Lucien motioned for Corveil to step to the side with him. Pride proffered an envious glance towards them before turning back and listening intently to Valley. The sheik, whom Corveil had noticed earlier, picked up his jacket that had hung over his chair and walked out the door without a word or a glance. Lucien led Corveil to a nearby door that opened into a small sitting room off the front of the stage.
Didn't like the demonstration? He asked with a smirk. An ounce of anger pooled in the bottom of his stomach at Lucien's calm demeanor.
No, it was incredible. I don't know how you did it, but trying to convince these kids that it's some form of magic or advanced science, as if it's something they can try to do themselves is... Well, it's wrong. And I won't stand by it. And I won't be lied to, he said. Who do these people think they are? Taking advantage of students just wanting to learn, he thought to himself.
Ah, yes. I assumed you would be a hard sell. You think we're lying, deceiving and taking advantage of these poor people.
Lucien seemed to take the words directly from Corveil's mind. Yes, he replied simply.
Have you once heard me mention tuition, or money of any kind?
He asked. Corveil thought hard, but he hadn't, except for... You offered me a veteran scholarship. Lucien smiled.
Indeed we did. But would you have come otherwise? I assure you we do not charge our students a cent to study here.
The cogs that had been turning in Corveil's mind grinded to a screeching halt. What do you mean you don't charge? How can an institution like this stay open without funding? He asked.
I said we do not charge the students. I never said we do not have funding. Our interests are purely academic. We want to teach our arts and sciences to all who will listen. We are entirely funded by the altruistic support of the founding families and a number of other wealthy benefactors. Makes it hard to paint us as fraudsters, now doesn't it?
Corveil wanted nothing more than to wipe the amused smirk off of Lucien's face. But he couldn't. Lucien had a point. Corveil knew something was off. Something didn't add up, but he couldn't imagine what it was now. What game are you trying to play, Lucien? Corveil thought to himself.
Lucien sighed. Look, Corveil, I don't want us to get off on the wrong foot. I understand your concern, and you have every right to be skeptical. But let me prove to you that we are nothing but sincere.
That sincerity spread across his face.
A man with your background knows the importance of proof before passing judgment.
And how would you know that? Corveil asked. Lucien's smile returned.
We look into all of our prospective students before inviting them. I know you scored very well on a number of entrance exams into very prestigious law schools. It's a real shame you were not accepted. You would have done well in law.
What do you want from me, Lucien? Corveil asked, growing agitated.
I want nothing more than a chance, an opportunity for this academy to prove itself to you. Give it a month. You can stay in one of the dorms here, go wherever you please, and speak with anyone you wish. No commitment, no strings attached. A good old-fashioned investigation. If at the end you still believe that we are fraudsters and scammers, then I will release you from all outstanding agreements and allow you to publish your findings to the world if you so desire.
Corveil considered this. No strings attached, huh? He thought.
He wanted to turn around and walk straight out of the school and back to the dock, but something he couldn't quite articulate, pulled at him. A desire to know, to understand. He didn't know what Lucien's angle was here, but Corveil had nothing better to do. And that strange pull, that urge to learn, intrigued him.
"Do we have a deal?"
Lucien asked, extending his ringed left hand once more. This time, Corveil was able to get a good look at the large signet ring on the man's hand. It appeared to be made of polished brass and iron, with a 6-pointed star surrounded by strange symbols and characters as its sigil. The star he recognized as the symbol of the Zionists, the Shield of David, he had heard it called. He stared at the hand for a long moment before looking up to meet Lucien's eyes. He reached out and shook Lucien's left hand with his own, as a broad and genuine smile split Lucien's face. His grip was firm.
"Wonderful," he said. "Let's get you settled in, shall we?"
Then he led him back through the hall towards the entrance.
"I believe Rook's dorm has a few open rooms," Lucien said as they walked. "From what I've heard of Oliver Rook, I think the two of you would have gotten along quite well. He too was a skeptic as well as a man of the law."
He led him out into the rain, but strangely, despite being able to see rain falling in the distance, it appeared that the storm wall was breaking right ahead of them, so that not a drop fell on the two as they walked towards the dormitory. It was a large building, though not quite as impressive as the main halls. It still invoked a prestigious quality that he had come to expect from the campus. The stone lintel above the entrance of the building had the words Rook's Lair etched into its surface. The door opened just before Lucien reached it, and he motioned for Corveil to enter into the building first. The interior was similar to the entrance of the Great Hall, dark and wooden with intricate stone and tile work throughout, and lit by grand chandeliers and wall sconces. A large man with fading gray hair sat at a desk in an adjacent room from the foyer. He saw them and quickly stood up and hurried out to greet them.
"Headmaster!" he exclaimed with an edge of anxiety. "What a pleasant surprise!"
Lucien chuckled.
"No need to fret, Rupert. I was simply showing our guest to his accommodations. You do still have dorms available, do you not?" "Yes, of course. We have a number of available rooms on the 3rd floor, and one on the 1st, though the toilet in that one has been making some strange sounds, so I would recommend one of the others." He glanced towards Corveil. "I hope you don't mind stairs," Rupert said with a laugh. Corveil smiled awkwardly back. "Fantastic,"
Lucien said before turning to Corveil as well.
"Then I will leave you in Rupert's exceptional care. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him, and if you wish to discuss anything further with me, he can show you to my office," he said with a smile, before turning around and heading back outside. Rupert stood there seemingly dumbfounded. "Is everything all right, Mr. Rupert?" Corveil asked. Rupert blinked himself back into the moment, then addressed Corveil. "Yes, of course, just Rupert is fine. Never seen him give a student direct access to his office before. You must be a pretty special young man," he said, pondering the situation. "Oh, I'm not a student. Well, not exactly." In reality, Corveil wasn't exactly sure what he was in relation to the school. A guest? An investigator? "Regardless, allow me to show you to your room." Rupert led him up the long flight of stairs and down a long hallway lined with identical wooden doors standing stark against the off-white walls. At the very end of the hall, Rupert reached out and unlocked a door with a brass key and handed an identical copy to Corveil. "Here we are," Rupert said. "It's not much. Serpent's dorm gets a majority of the funding, but ours has a certain charm to it, wouldn't you say?" The dorm was small, with a primary living area and small kitchen, with a closet-sized bathroom to the right and a bedroom through a door in the far wall. It did have a certain charm to it. It was nicer than the small apartment he had been renting back in Salem, but it felt empty and lonely. He walked around the room and set his duffel down on the small kitchenette.
It's great. Thank you, Rupert. Say, I never got your name, Rupert said from the doorway. Corveil. Victor Corveil. Well, Corveil and Victor Corveil, I hope you enjoy your time in Rook's Lair. Then he turned, closing the door behind him. His footsteps echoed down the empty hall and diminished into the distance. Then Corveil was alone. Bowman's Notes, written in a cramped scrawl, covering every inch of the page at every angle in between sketches and diagrams.
A handful of graveyard dirt, aged, 2 pinches of brass shavings, preferably from a thing that used to create other things, a drop of essence of costumary, a drop of essence of mugwort, a piece of birch root, 3 copper coins, an amethyst, femur of a cotton-tailed rabbit, encased in a red flannel or hardened gourd depending on application. Must be very specific about incantations, prayers, or other scripture placed in the conjure. This one in particular is very potent, and an incorrect script or wrong attitude can mean life or death.
Here, the handwriting changes significantly.
We found a strange plant near the coast. Small black petals poking out through the snow. It smells like rot. Initial tests indicate that it could be a virulent toxin.
The following sentence is crossed out.
The host is finding more methods to wrench control away from us. He asks us for this. Now he's backing out? Stop writing, you fool. He'll see this. Let him see it then.
Ever since the feast, it's been hard to control my thoughts, to focus. It's obvious something happened. The Loire aren't supposed to hang about as long as this. Regardless, the land here is much more different than I expected. The soil is rocky. Not many trees or plants, other than the grass, bushes, and a handful of indigenous wildflowers. Yes, I inspected an odd black variant. It has many more properties than just its toxicity. Other than that, many of the roots here seem lifeless. I will continue to observe and document. I've gotten a number of unusual looks since entering the school grounds. I suppose they weren't expecting to see someone like me here. Despite what the invitation I received insisted, I have maintained the proper etiquette when addressing them. I don't fight this war with words and weapons. Most of the students and teachers here have been civil enough, beside the odd glances and liberal use of harsh names. But I didn't expect much more. I just hope it won't get in the way of my research. The headman is powerful. He conjured a display of light and fire like I've never seen before, and without any conjure tools or physical elements that I could see. I'll need to speak with him. Low John root properties, used to draw luck and protection, when combined in the right conjure can help guarantee success in specific endeavors. When ingested through tea or essence infusion, it can enhance sense and mental ability. Titus Bowman.
Chapter 4. Victor Corveil laid motionless atop his small bed in the small bedroom of his dorm, his eyes fixed and unblinking on the hollow, pale yellow holes of hatred staring down at him, inches from his face. His chest contracted under the impossible weight of the anorexic creature that sat crouched there. His breaths were short and ragged. Sweat dripped down his brow and burned his scars and eyes. The ghost's body mimed his breathing, yet no sound escaped its gaping maw. Seconds stretched into minutes, stretched into hours, and into an eternity. He felt the broken fingernails of the creature digging into his skin, clinging onto him for life. Finally, a knock sounded at his door. His ghost turned its head and then was gone in the blink of an eye. Corveil gasped for breath, rolling over off the bed and dry heaving on the floor. This wasn't the first time the ghost had kept him up like this, paralyzed, terrified. But it was certainly the worst. He lay face down on the ground for a while before a second series of knocks beat against the thick oak door.
Coming,
he croaked. He lifted himself with his forearms, climbed the side of the bed, and gained solid footing, then approached the door. He pulled the door open to reveal Rupert standing there, with his hand raised, ready to knock.
"Ah, Mr. Corveil, good morning to you,"
the portly man said.
"Rupert,"
Corveil responded.
"I realized that I hadn't informed you of the daily school schedule. Breakfast is served in the dining hall every morning at 8 a.m.
He checked his watch.
Which is 15 minutes from now. There is also a written schedule attached to my office door downstairs with all other meal and event times posted,"
he said cheerfully.
"Thanks,"
Corveil said, rubbing his eyes.
"Well then, I'll leave you to prepare for the day. If you have any other questions, you know where to find me."
Rupert retreated down the hall. Corveil closed the door behind him and leaned his back against it, sliding down to the floor. He let his breath run away from him again, hyperventilating. He fought to regain composure and was eventually able to settle himself down. He decided that getting breakfast would be a good idea, and it would help keep his mind off of the night's terrors. He dressed and headed down through the dormitory building. He reached the main entrance and saw Howard standing in the doorway, blocking someone from entering and speaking in a raised and harsh voice.
"I was told to come to Rook's Lair to find a room,"
the man on the other side of the door said.
"And I told you there must be a mistake, boy,"
Howard responded.
"It's Doctor, actually."
Howard's eyes took on a dangerous cast.
"Doctor, is it? Whatever you like, Doctor,"
he said with pure disgust. Rupert exited his office and approached Howard.
"Now, Howard, if the staff sent him here, then don't you think—"
"I will not allow this old man to disgrace Oliver Rook's good name. Might I suggest Seeley's Dray?"
Howard cut in.
"Look, I am the head of this house, and if I—"
"And I am a professor here, who also knows the kind of company you keep on Thursday nights. So unless you want the headmaster to know that information as well, I suggest you turn tail and go back into hiding in your office, Rupert," he said coldly.
Much to Corveil's surprise, Rupert's head fell, and he did as Howard told him. Then Howard turned back to the man on the other side of the door, who was still obscured from Corveil's view.
"Now, Doctor, why don't you scamper off to where you belong, yes?"
"Yes," came the reply from the other side.
"Yes, what?"
Howard insisted.
"Yes, Professor."
Corveil crossed the foyer and approached the door in time to see the man on the other side turn around, replacing his rough brown cap atop his head. He was African. A spike of rage welled up inside Corveil. Howard turned around to face him.
"Ah, Corveil, the headmaster was—"
Corveil didn't let him finish before pushing past him through the door and shoving Howard to the side way harder than he would have needed to pass.
"The headmaster wanted to see you,"
he called out from the door, disdain poisoning his tone. Corveil knew he shouldn't have treated a professor in that way, whether interim or otherwise. But at this point, he didn't care. He jogged across the dew-dampened cobblestones to catch up with the man who was walking towards Seeley's Dray. He wore a dark brown vest over a worn white shirt. His tan pants were stained with dirt. A thick brown messenger bag was slung around his shoulder, and he had various pouches and bags tied around his belt at his waist, and also to the straps of the bag itself.
"Mister!"
Corveil called out when he was merely steps away from him. The man turned around, a look of surprise on his face. He quickly reached up and removed his hat, and bowed his head slightly.
"Cap'n,"
he responded hesitantly. Corveil reached out his left hand.
"The name's Corveil."
The man reluctantly lifted his head and met his eyes with a skeptical glance. After a moment, he took his hand and shook it awkwardly with his own left hand.
"Bowman. Titus Bowman. And I don't need your pity, Mr. Corveil."
With that, he replaced his cap once again and turned around, walking towards the dorm. Corveil stood there in the center of the courtyard for a few moments, dumbfounded. The air was warmer than it was the previous day, and no rain fell from the gray, overcast sky. A thin fog stretched across the campus, giving the whole scene an ethereal feeling. He made his way into the dining hall. Unlike the rest of the buildings he had been inside of, the dining hall had a relatively low ceiling, but the hall stretched long into the distance so that it could accommodate all the students in rows of long wooden tables with deep red tablecloths draped over them. He tried to find a secluded place to sit, but a bundle of orange hair caught his attention before he could make it far. This Pride girl had stood up from where she was towards the middle of one of the rows and was waving her arm rigorously, motioning for Corveil to come. He rolled his eyes. Yes, this was the only student he had met thus far other than Titus, but he was also not looking for the pity invitation this girl was clearly offering him. He found her exuberant energy annoying. But before he could think of a way out of the situation, he found himself walking towards the table. A broad smile stretched across her face as he grew closer. He plopped down in the seat beside her with an audible sigh. Her smile faded slightly. "Glad to see how excited you are to see me," she said lightly. "Apologies, I had a rough night," he said. That same look of pity resurfaced. "I don't think we were properly introduced yesterday," she said. "I'm Cynthia Pride." "Victor Corveil."
"A pleasure, Victor Corveil."
The broad smile appeared again, lightening up the room. It irritated Corveil. After all he had seen and been through, he found such displays of joy nauseating. Not that it was insincere, just too innocent and ignorant to the horrors of the world. A small dinner bell rang at the far corner, and a crowd of students rose from their seats in unison. Cynthia stood as well and grabbed his arm, pulling him up.
"You have to try the bacon and eggs," she said to him, excited.
Bacon and eggs for breakfast,
he thought to himself, confused. He was used to eating a light breakfast, nothing more than coffee and some rolls. The idea of such a heavy breakfast intrigued him. He followed her to the queue which had formed at the kitchen counter. Sure enough, there was a wide spread of bacon, eggs, and sausage, all prepared in dozens of different ways. After a brief period of overwhelmed hesitation, he dug in and loaded up his plate. The two of them returned to their seats, plates overflowing with delicious food. It may have been the biggest breakfast Corveil had ever eaten, and he enjoyed every bit of it. Eating with his left hand still proved difficult for him. He had to move to Cynthia's left side to prevent from constantly bumping arms with her, which she seemed to find morbidly hilarious.
"So you're from Ireland?"
he asked within the silence between bites.
"Aye, this was actually my first time leaving the island," she said once she had finished chewing.
"Is it strange?" he asked.
"Not as strange as I thought it would be. Gloomclaft shares a lot of similarities with home, though it's a bit colder. I would guess the rest of the country is quite different."
"Yes," he replied.
"Especially out west. It's like a whole different world."
"Cowboys?" she shouted, that same bright smile taking up permanent residence on her face. Corveil couldn't help but chuckle, which drove a spike of pain through the scars on his face. He winced, but his smile remained as he replied,
"Yes, cowboys, though I don't think there are as many of them left as some of the stories might suggest. My father brought back a number of stories from his travels when I was a kid. The Virginian was my favorite."
Corveil looked at her strangely, his fork halfway to his mouth.
"That's a bit of a violent book for a little girl to be reading, isn't it?"
Her cheeks flushed.
"Well, me father read it to me. I suppose he may have left out some parts."
Corveil chuckled and winced again, and then carried on eating.
"Where are you from?"
she asked.
"I grew up here in Salem, right near the shore."
Her face grew solemn at the mention of Salem. then continued eating. I take it you've heard of Salem? He asked. I've heard of the trials. They had been happening all over the world, of course, but few became as notorious as the ones here. Corveil set his fork down, having finished most of his meal. Speaking of witches and magic, he said, what do you think of this place? Before Lucien's little display, you seemed to know what was going on. Her bright smile returned. Well, of course I know what's going on. I'm a Bandri and he's the Dagda. Corveil stared at her for a moment. Yeah, I don't know what any of those words mean. I'm a Bandri. I guess you would call me a witch, though we don't call it witchcraft where I'm from. To say that Corveil was skeptical would be an understatement. He had actually begun to like this girl, despite her eccentricities, but claiming to be a witch was testing the limits of what he would put up with. You're not gonna turn me into a frog or something, are you? He joked. No, but maybe a swan, she said seriously. His smile lowered slightly. And what is a Daga? Dagda, she corrected. He was one of the Tua Dadanan, an ancient god and chieftain of my people. Corveil couldn't help but roll his eyes and let out an audible sigh. Cynthia did not appreciate this. Scoff all you want, Victor Corveil. The gods don't care whether you believe in them or not, she said with a look of pain on her face as she stood up. She looked towards him intently, her bright green eyes nearly at the brink of tears drilling into his own. She continued to stare, as if waiting for an apology. Regrettably, he didn't give one, and she stormed out of the room, provoking a flood of strange looks and glances at both she and him. He knew he shouldn't have asked her about herself and then scoffed at the answer she gave to him as he had, but he couldn't help it. And after all, it wasn't his fault that she believed in fairy tales. A foot landed loudly on the chair next to him where Cynthia had sat. He looked at it and then followed the long leg up to the sheik's face that he had seen the day before. Their intense and haughty stare bored into Corveil's soul. Come along, heartbreaker, he said in a lighter voice than Corveil would have expected, and in a posh English accent laced with boredom. The headmaster wants to see you, and apparently I'm his errand boy now, he said distastefully, rolling his dark eyes. I would absolutely hate to keep him waiting. The sarcasm-drenched words were not lost on Corveil. He stood up as the sheik's foot slid off the chair, and then he followed him out of the dining hall. The sheik was the same height as Corveil, but he had a hard time keeping up with their long stride. Corveil jogged up beside them. I never got your name, he said. Keen, was all they said in response. I'm Victor. Yes, I know who you are, Keen interrupted, halting their brief conversation in its tracks. Keen led Corveil to Leviathan Hall and into its bowels, through the dark and dusty halls, past classrooms where teachers were preparing their day's lessons. They climbed up several flights of stairs and into what Corveil assumed was the central tower of the large building. Keen opened a door for Corveil to enter. The room opened up wide to swallow him. It was oval and lined by tall bookshelves in front of deep red velvet walls. A ladder hung from a rail at the top of the nearest shelf. Two mirrored staircases rounded the back wall up to a railed-off loft. In the center of the room was a large dark oak writing desk, and behind it sat Lucien. A pair of cheaters sat on his face as he scanned several stacks of paper sprawled out before him. Ah, come in, he said to both of them, motioning for them to approach. I take it you've already introduced yourself. Something like that, Corveil responded. Keen rolled his eyes. Well, at the risk of being redundant and for the sake of being thorough, this is Keen Serpin, the last direct descendant of Arthur Serpin, one of Antumbra's founders. Keen sat down in a small wooden chair in front of Lucien and tossed his feet up on his desk. Lucien shot him a quick glance. Despite this being his first year as well,
He is very knowledgeable about our arts and history, so I have asked him to be your guide of sorts. Or perhaps tutor is a better word. More like nanny, Keen interjected. Lucian looked at Keen coldly. He, of course, has enthusiastically agreed. Keen raised his hand in a fist and pumped it in the air mockingly, saying, Yay, dryly. Lucian's glare turned to ice, but he continued. I'm sure he will be an invaluable tool in your investigation. Now, unless you have any further questions for me at this time, I have quite the busy day of paperwork ahead of me, he said with a smile, and pushed Keen's feet swiftly off the table without a glance towards him. Thanks, Lucian, Corveil said, before turning to exit. Keen hopped up and tailed behind him. One more thing, Corveil, Lucian said right before they reached the door. Corveil stopped and turned around to face him. Yeah? I know Howard can be insufferable at times, but try not to let him provoke you, he said sympathetically.
He was being cruel to a student, Corveil defiantly said.
Was that student?
It shouldn't matter who the student was.
Lucian lifted his hand slightly and nodded in concession.
Of course. I will speak with Howard, though I would ask that you attempt to show him some modicum of respect.
With all due respect, my respect has to be earned.
Lucian smiled softly and nodded slightly again.
That will be all, Corveil,
he said. Then Corveil and Keen exited the study. Corveil's journal, written in a smudged and messy scrawl.
My first days on the island were interesting, to be sure. I still don't know what to make of this place. Every bone in my body tells me that this is wrong, that this school is nothing more than a ritzy facade. But I have no proof. Yet. I attended several classes with Keen to try and understand what they're selling here. But honestly, it didn't help much. They're teaching of things and people I've never heard of before. They speak of their art in great reverence, but other than Lucian's fire show, I've seen no proof of its existence. Keen has reluctantly tried to fill in many of the gaps for me, though I can't be sure which things are true and which things he says to make me look like an idiot in front of other people. Cynthia has kept her distance from me for the most part, which I don't blame her. I was rather cruel to her. But all this nonsense and fairy talk is getting ridiculous. They can't actually expect me to believe any of this without proof, can they? I've also kept an eye on Titus Bowman. I've tried to talk to him, but he's quiet. He keeps to himself and to corners and shadows. His head is always down or in a book. Howard has avoided me like the plague, which is fine by me. My episodes have lessened, at least for now. Other than a few nightmares or a glimpse of my ghost now and then, they've been scarce. I've been keeping a record of strange things I've noticed and seen throughout my time here. I don't know if anything will come of my investigation or not, but I still have plenty of questions to ask. For now, I will continue to attend lessons and keep both eyes open. Victor Corveil.
Chapter 5. Corveil stared into the small mirror of his bathroom. The knuckles on his hand turned white as he gripped the small vanity, his undershirt draped over his shoulder. From the image held within the mirror, the ghost's pale eyes stared back at him out of his own. He heard a hushed voice whisper his name in his ear, barely audible. The last breaths of a dying creature trying to say something through its death throes. Despite his discomfort, despite every nerve in his body screaming at him to run, to hide, he didn't break eye contact. He was tired of being afraid, tired of dreading what was around the corner, what was behind his eyelids. He blinked, and the hollow yellow glow faded away. He heaved deeply, struggling to regain his faculties, then painfully, slowly, began to apply the salve and ointments that he had been instructed to treat his wounds with regularly. The scars of his bruised, burnt, and torn body showed out starkly on his shirtless torso. He winced in pain as he applied a thick green substance to the stub of his right hand. "Quit being such a baby!" Keen yelled from the main room of his dorm. At first, he tried to prevent him from barging into his room, but Keen was persistent and seemed to derive a kind of sick pleasure from watching Corveil nursing his wounds in pain. Keen appeared in the mirror as he walked into the doorway of the bathroom. "You would have thought that you would have gotten used to the pain after all this time," he said. "I would have thought you'd stop annoying me by now. But here you are," Corveil retorted through gritted teeth as he massaged another concoction into a burn on his right shoulder. Keen laughed coldly. "Oh, but it's such fun! Devils know there's nothing else to do in this godforsaken place." Corveil reached out and shut the bathroom door in his face, then continued his painful morning routine. He heard the table outside creak as Keen sat down atop it. Though Keen often spoke of how boring Antumbra was, Corveil knew that he secretly enjoyed being here, and despite his objections and constant berating of Corveil, he was also sure that he appreciated having company. But Corveil just wished he would give him some more peace and quiet every once in a while. "All right," he said from behind the door. "Perhaps I've taken it too far." Corveil stopped what he was doing and stared at the door in confused anticipation. It almost seemed like Keen was about to apologize, something he had never done before. "I'm sorry." Corveil opened the door and stared at Keen, dumbfounded. "What?" he exclaimed. "It's not fair of me to pick on someone as clearly fragile and demented as you," he said with a laugh. Corveil wound up his shirt as if to whip Keen with it. Keen quickly shot up and darted past him and out the door into the hallway, slamming the door behind him. "I'll see you in Solomonic Studies," Keen shouted through the thick door as he ran down the hall. Corveil placed his head against the door and breathed deeply.
How did I wind up getting stuck with the entitled prat of the school?
He wondered to himself. Then he returned to the bathroom. Within the mirror, he saw himself, wearing a worn green long-sleeve shirt and pants under a tan combat vest. The helmet that sat atop his head was cracked and dented. He felt a bullet rip through his abdomen. He cried out in pain and fell to one knee in front of the vanity. "It's not a bullet. It's just the pain," he told himself. "The war is over." But he knew inside it would never be over. His vision flashed back and forth between the tile floor and muddy trench, oak vanity and sandbag wall. He squeezed his eyes, forcing his way through the pain. The voice whispering his name returned, slightly clearer and more forceful now, which surprised him. His visions and his ghost had never tried speaking to him like that before. It took several moments for his world to reorder itself and snap back into place. Then, with a deep breath, he stood back up. Despite dreading it, Corveil did see Keen once again in Solomonic Studies, a class in which Cynthia and Titus were also in attendance. The professor teaching was a small, wiry man with thin spectacles and a receding hairline. He talked in a nasally voice, one that Corveil found even more annoying than Howard's, if such a thing could be possible.
"Everyone find a seat,"
the professor said. Corveil sat near the back of the room next to Keen, a few chairs over from where Titus was waiting. Cynthia, after sharply glancing towards Corveil, sat at the front as far away from him as she possibly could be. He did feel bad for the way he had treated her, especially since nearly everyone here was just as delusional as she was, and Keen was far more annoying. He supposed he would have to find a way to apologize. The class itself proved fairly boring. The professor talked in great length and detail about demons and magic that supposedly the Israelite King Solomon had used throughout his reign and even to build his famous temple. It was a dry, long-winded, and esoteric account of historical events that were clearly made up. He glanced at Keen, seeing the all-too-familiar bored expression on their face, though he was surprised to see his lips moving, quoting the very thing the professor was saying at that time from memory. Towards the end of the lecture, the professor drew a number of strange symbols and shapes on a large dark green chalkboard, one of which, the Shield of David, Corveil recognized.
You will see such symbols again in nearly every aspect of our art. They are one of the cornerstones of the systems of which we harness. Can anyone tell me what this symbol is? The professor asked, pointing to the six-pointed star. Corveil hesitantly raised his hand. That's the Shield of David. The professor chuckled. Yes, I suppose it is. But can anyone tell me what this shape itself is? Cynthia's hand shot up, obviously not wanting to be outdone by Corveil. A hexagram, she said confidently. Exactly. And can anyone tell me what the hexagram symbolizes? No one raised their hand. Anyone? The professor's scanning gaze landed on Keen. Mr. Serpin, perhaps you can enlighten us? Keen closed his eyes and breathed sharply out of his nose. It's one of the forms of power. It symbolizes the intersection of wisdom and knowledge and holds the secondary consonants of the artist's tongue. Many think it to be the strongest of the esoteric shapes. He recited as if from a textbook. Very good, Keen. I'm sure many of you have various historical accounts of our art in your other classes and in other fields of study. I, however, have always found such things boring. Henceforth, we will be moving into the practical knowledge of our art. Keen, Cynthia, and Corveil all shifted forward in their seats, surprised by the shift in their curriculum. You have no doubt heard the wonders of our art, but you have yet to taste it for yourself. Practical lessons aren't supposed to start for first years for another few weeks, but I have been given permission to accelerate that timeline for this particular class. Keen sighed deeply. Did my father put you up to this? He asked coldly. The professor returned his hard stare. Despite his small stature, as Corveil looked at him now, he could sense a strength in him that he had not seen before. Who gave me permission is of little importance. But if you would rather study esoteric history in greater detail for the next few weeks instead, that can be arranged, Mr. Serpin. The professor turned to a small cabinet and withdrew a metal tray holding a number of signet rings of various materials. Our art comprises various esoteric philosophies and studies. The artist's tongue is an evolution of Kabbalah and the Enochian language. The summoning practices themselves are a combination of Enochian and Solomonic techniques in line with Hermetic practices. However, the instruments of our art, the tools from which we shape and create, have been passed down by Solomonic practitioners for millennia. The seal. These seals are powerful devices fueled by your very soul. He set the tray of rings down on his desk. A seal is crafted by its magus to enhance and extend their reach into the spiritual world. A seal is permanently bound to its crafter. It will not respond to anyone else without express permission until the crafter dies. Then the seal can be bound to another. but without being bound, it can be used to a lesser degree by any who know the arts. These are some such seals. Unbound.
The professor lifted a silver ring off of the table and held it up. It was a small ring with an ornate golden sigil, but light glinted off of its edges.
In the coming weeks, you will learn the artist's tongue and be able to call forth power from the spiritual realm through these seals. But perhaps we should have a demonstration. Mr. Serpin, if you would be so kind.
Keen grunted audibly while rolling his large dark eyes. He pulled his feet down from where they had been resting on the table with a slap, then got up and slowly walked to the front of the room. He was handed the ring as he approached.
I believe fire and body with that ring should produce a result effective for this class,
the professor said quietly to Keen. He began to place the ring on his left hand before the professor quickly lurched forward to stop him.
Let's place it on the right-hand side for now, shall we?
He said. Keen simply rolled his eyes again, which seemed to be his favorite expression, then placed the ring on the slender ring finger of his right hand. He held up his hand, closed his eyes, and breathed deeply before whispering in a harsh, low voice. The ring began to glow faintly.
Gavia ish,
he said, and his hand immediately erupted in fire, engulfing it from the tip of his finger to the joint of his wrist. The class gasped in unison. It wasn't nearly as impressive as what Lucien had done days before, but it still was not something you would see every day. Corveil stared at the hand in stunned silence. Keen closed their hand, which extinguished the flames, quickly removed the ring, and returned to the seat next to Corveil.
Very well done, Keen. What Keen just did was a combination of the forces of fire and body, combined to create what you saw before you. Each ring is bound with certain spells and incantations that are specific to the crafter. Through trial and error, we have discovered which spells are bound to these seals, and we will be teaching you their incantations over the coming weeks. But that will be all for today. I hope it was enough to whet your appetite.
With that, he dismissed the gathered students and began to prepare for his next class. Corveil had to run to catch up to Keen as he exited the classroom.
How did you do that?
He asked. Body and fire. Despite him being a blundering idiot, I thought the professor actually did a decent job at explaining it, even for someone as dumb as you to understand, he said, walking still briskly. Corveil gave up trying to keep up with him and slowed to a walk. A flash of orange in the corner of his eye caught his attention, and he turned to see Cynthia exiting the class behind them, a large stack of books balancing precariously in her arms.
I'll catch up,
he shouted to Keen.
Unfortunately, you always do,
he replied with a slight smirk. Corveil walked towards Cynthia. Having seen him, she turned the other way.
Cynthia,
he called out to her. He saw her stop in place and heave her shoulders in frustration, but she didn't turn around to face him, forcing him to jog ahead of her where an icy stare awaited him.
What do you want, Corveil?
She asked shortly, shifting the massive stack of books awkwardly.
He stuttered under her intense gaze. I just wanted to apologize. I shouldn't have poked fun at your beliefs. It was a horrid thing for me to do, and I'm sorry.
Yes, it was, she said with a sniff. Why are you bothering me? I thought you found yourself a new friend. Corveil chuckled.
I'd hardly call his lordship Keen a friend.
This provoked a slight curl of Cynthia's lips.
Lucien asked him to tutor me and show me the ropes.
She breathed in deeply.
I suppose I can accept your apology, but you owe me Victor Corveil.
He sighed. All right, deal. He reached out his left hand to shake. She glanced down on it, then shifted the books she was carrying to her right side and shook his hand. Now help me carry these books. Really? You're gonna waste your favor on making the one-armed guy carry your books for you? He said. She turned bright red, remembering their first encounter. Unbeknownst to her, self-deprecation was not as triggering to him as when other people did it. He smiled broadly, causing him a mild amount of pain, but also causing her to turn her head in embarrassment and annoyance. Yes, I am, she said, dumping the books into his arms. Plus, you're only missing a hand. You have 2 perfectly good arms. Then she stormed off, and Corveil followed her. He carried her books, which were exceedingly heavy even for him, all the way back to her dormitory building, Jagger's Nest, since they had a while before the next class. Jagger's dormitory was similar to Rook's lair on the outside, but the interior was far simpler and more cozy. There was no tile, but instead deeply stained hardwood floors from large oak planks, covered in rugs and runners of various colors and materials. It created a look of some form of patchwork tapestry. The chandeliers were replaced with dull gas lamps and electric wall sconces for a slightly darker and less regal feeling. There were shelves everywhere. Some were full of books, while others were filled with strange artifacts and items of a huge variety. There were strange orbs and beakers and bones and weapons. It looked like a mixture of a dusty old library and a grand museum of ancient artifacts. He followed Cynthia to a large common room that held a massive stone fireplace on one side and a long table spanning the center of the room. Many non-uniform chairs and couches dotted the walls where several students sat studying. Rook's lair didn't have a common room like this for some reason, which was fine by Corveil. He preferred to be alone most of the time. He sat her books down on the long table and looked into the blazing hearth. 2 eyes stared back out at him through the flames, hungry. He ignored them and turned back to Cynthia. How are your studies going? She asked, plopping down into a red velvet upholstered chair with a high back. Oh, I'm not studying, he said, though he thought afterwards that perhaps it would be better for her and others to believe him as just another student. So you're a slacker, she said, disgusted. No, he corrected, now already committed to telling her the truth. Clearly, I don't believe in the magical side of what's going on here. So Lucien has challenged me to investigate the academy and see what I can discover. He kind of gave me the run of the place. Her jaw dropped. So you can go to any classes you want? She exclaimed. Even the higher level ones? Yeah, he asked Keen to help me, and they suggested that I take the entry-level classes first to get a baseline understanding of what's going on. She sat back in her chair, pouting. I wish I could just go to any class I wanted. Corveil picked up one of her books and leafed through it. Due to his unique position, he wasn't required to actually do any homework or study for testing, so he hadn't actually looked at any of the textbooks yet. Keen claimed he didn't need them, and Corveil was inclined to believe him. This one was filled with geometric shapes like the ones he had seen in class, and text that he could barely understand.
Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to actually study some,
he thought to himself. He reached to turn the page with his right hand, forgetting its absence, and awkwardly rubbed and folded it over with his stub. Do you want to talk about it? Cynthia asked, leaning forward. Talk about what? Corveil looked up from the book to meet her piercing green eyes. The war. The word hit Corveil like a bomb's blast. He felt the concussion reverberate through his bones and in his chest. His vision started to blur, and the world shook. He squeezed his eyes shut, forcing down the shuddering ghost rising up from within him. He breathed deeply and reopened his eyes, staring at her coldly from beneath his brow. What in hell would make you think I want to talk about the war? He slammed the book down against the thick oak table. Cynthia flinched away. Her eyes fell and her voice took on a much sadder and darker tone than he had heard from her before. Because I want to talk about it. My brother fought too. He didn't make it. A wave of realization washed over Corveil. He had assumed that she, like everyone else he had encountered since the war, simply pitied him and treated him like a wounded animal. But maybe there was more. Maybe she wasn't as ignorant to the horrors of this world as he had originally thought. Though the looks she gave him were still sad, they were a deeper sadness, one rooted in her own pain, not just his. Anytime she saw his wounds, it probably reminded her of what she had lost. Yes, he had endured more suffering and pain than this girl probably ever had, but his pain didn't discount her own. Loss is loss. I'm sorry, he managed to get out. It's all right. It was harder at first, but it was what he wanted to do. Well, not die, of course, but he wanted to serve, to fight for our land. I can't hate him for that. But you didn't want to fight, did you? No. A soft, caring smile came to her lips. Surprisingly, he didn't find it patronizing. The way she smiled and laughed without a care in the world felt different now. It felt deeper than the innocence he had attributed to her before. Tell me, please. It helps, she said sincerely. Corveil drew in a deep breath, and the ghost screamed at him from every direction, a terrible wailing call. He couldn't tell if it was laughing or crying, maybe both, but the sound chilled his bones. He ignored the blood-curdling cries and opened his eyes. I was drafted right after I turned 18, bussed off to a training camp. I was only there for a week before they shipped me off with the graduates. I tried to tell them that I had just gotten there. They just called me a coward. The memories caused his scars to burn. He felt his stomach sink as the officer told him that he was to be deployed. When I first landed on the continent, it was hell. Boots like me weren't supposed to see combat yet. We're supposed to be set guarding outposts or running patrols far from the enemy. I got sent straight to the front lines, as if God himself was trying to kill me. He remembered the long march to the front vividly, dreading every second as if it were his last. Everything after that is a blur. I don't really know how long I was there, how many battles I fought. I saw my brothers die beside me. I saw the Huns die by my own hands. I feel like I got wounded in every way possible. Bullets, knives, bombs, gas, rubble. It felt like I had died 1,000 times. More. But I guess I hadn't suffered enough yet. The last day that he remembered surged into his mind, into his chest. He felt the pressure build up, causing physical pain inside of him. His ghost squeezing his heart between its impossibly long and impossibly gaunt hands. I was crawling through the mud. A howitzer shell buried itself a few feet away from me. Then it all went dark. I didn't wake up again until I was back in the States months later, missing a hand and half of my face. I've been on my own ever since. Cynthia's face was a mask of pain, her eyes at the brink of tears. What about your family? Your parents? I don't want to talk about my parents. Truthfully, he didn't even want to think about his parents. At first, he had assumed that they thought he was dead. That was why they never visited him in the hospital. The truth, however, was much more painful. Corveil felt the ghost retreat for now as he calmed himself down. A coolness washed over him, and he closed his eyes and breathed. "Are you all right?" she asked him. "Yeah, I think so." "Excuse me," a voice called out from behind him. He turned to see a tall woman wearing a plain pleated black dress enter the room. "This is an all-female dormitory. Males are not allowed," she said, slightly annoyed. "I am so sorry, Miss Jagger. He was just here helping me carry my books," Cynthia said, rising from her chair. "All the same, I'll have to ask you to leave." "Of course, my apologies," Corveil responded, rising himself and heading towards the door. Cynthia's hand reached out and caught his right forearm. He turned to look at her. "Thank you, Victor." He nodded solemnly back, trying his best to smile. "I'll see you later, Cynthia," he said, then walked out of the dormitory alone. Cynthia's diary. "This place is even more amazing than I could have ever imagined. The knowledge held within these walls is extraordinary. Their magic is not quite as elegant as that of the druids. It is very strictly structured and methodical, but the power is undeniable. No complex knots or weaves. The entire system is based upon a set of principles and forms that can be ordered and called upon to create what they call their art. The actual form these arts take vary greatly based on the caster. The magic is individual and deeply personal, much like the weave. We've begun practical application of the forms. My knowledge of the process is still severely lacking, but I've so far been able to create small gusts of wind without even touching the weave. It's like an entirely new world of magic is opening before my eyes, and I cannot wait to discover more. Lucien remains incredible. Every time I pass him in the hall or hear him give an address, I feel the power radiating from him. The weave itself bends and forms around him, and I can feel his power reverberate from within my chest. It's intoxicating. I can't wait to learn more from him and better understand him as my Dagda. It's not every day that a girl comes face to face with one of her gods. Victor has warmed up to me, which makes me glad. He's hurting, both on the outside and the inside. I wish I could help him. I wish I could show that he's not alone. He reminds me so much of Seamus. I can't exactly explain why, but I feel an incredibly strong connection to him. It's almost as if Seamus were still alive. I know he doesn't believe in all of this, but deep down I think he wants to. The logical side of his mind just won't let him. But I'll get through to him eventually. Cynthia Pride. Chapter 6. Victor Corveil awoke in a heightened sense near anxiety, an existential fear that he couldn't quite understand. It wasn't because something had happened, but rather because it hadn't. This was the first night since he was deployed that he had a full and restful night's sleep. No nightmares, no terrors, no ghosts. Only a slight and fleeting memory of a dream that he couldn't quite hold on to. Something about a strange man calling out his name. Nothing significant. It was all too good to be true. Perhaps this was just a dream too, and something terrible was about to happen. It had to happen. It always did. But this time, nothing came. He looked at a small clock on his side table and noted that it was nearly 8. Even more surprising to him than the lack of nightmares was the lack of Keen banging on his door or window, annoying him until he got up, as he had done every morning at 7:30 since he had been assigned as his nanny. He shook off the grogginess and calmed his nerves with a series of deep breaths, then got dressed. It had been a few days since his conversation with Cynthia. Much to Corveil's surprise, she was right. Talking about it did help, if just a little bit. The smallest thing could still set him off, but little by little, he was able to push the episodes down. He would still freeze up for minutes at a time, but was getting better at distinguishing between imagination and reality, which was a step in the right direction. The day before, he had introduced Cynthia to Keen. This caused Cynthia to blush and act shyer than Corveil had thought possible of her. Apparently, Keen had caught the eye of many of the girls in their year. Whether this was due to his unusually good looks, or the fact that he was essentially Antumbra royalty, he didn't know. But it made any gathering of the three extremely awkward. Corveil went about his usual routine of dressing his wounds and driving off infection as best he could. Despite them being months old, the burns specifically refused to heal. It was a slow process, but he had noticed improvement. He kept looking over his shoulder, expecting to see his ghost, or Keen at the very least, but neither came. He looked into the bathroom mirror at his muscled yet broken body and almost didn't notice the man standing behind him. He started back in alarm and spun on his heels towards the assailant, but no one was there. He could have sworn that he had seen someone. It was neither his ghost nor Keen, but an older man, with a thick beard and antique military coat. He couldn't have imagined, could he? It was so vivid for the second that he had glanced it, and it wasn't something that he could have pulled from his trauma of the war. He slowly crept out of the bathroom and into the main room of his dorm, but it too was empty. He shook himself and returned to the bathroom and finished washing up, short hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. He grabbed the wash basin and carried it to the far window to empty it. "Victor Corveil," he distinctly heard a voice ask from behind him. He dropped the bowl, and it splashed its contents across the small room's floor. He didn't turn around. He didn't dare. Who or whatever this person was had already gotten the drop on him, and there was nothing he could do to change that now. "What do you want?" he replied shakily. "The same thing you want." The ethereal voice took on more substance as it drew closer. He felt as if he should recognize that voice, as if he had heard it before. "And what is it that I want?" "The truth," it said, whispering in his ear. A cold shiver ran down his bare spine. "You're a hard man to pin down. I've been trying to speak to you for a while now." He did recognize the voice. It was the same voice that he had heard several times during the episodes he had suffered here, and now that he had forced himself to remember, it was the same voice that had tried to speak to him in a dream he had the night before. He slowly turned around to see who was standing behind him. The room was still empty. "You won't find me there." Corveil sank to the floor and braced himself against the kitchenette, ready for the episode that he was sure was about to happen. "Are you a ghost?" he asked sincerely. "Not exactly. At least not like the one in your head. It doesn't like sharing," the voice said. "I still have a few tricks up my sleeve and I was able to buy you some time, but not much. For us to speak more, you'll have to come to me." "And how do I do that?" he asked the air. "The lamp on the wall. Touch it."
These delusions are getting weirder and weirder,
Corveil thought to himself as he rose back to his feet and approached the lone gas lamp that hung from the wall. He had assumed it was either purely decorative or that it simply didn't work anymore, since unlike Jagger's Nest, the entirety of Rookslayer was lit by electric light bulbs, a luxury he had barely noticed given the extravagance of the rest of the campus's facilities. He reached out and touched the gas lamp with his left hand, and at first, nothing happened. Then, in an instant, it felt as if the world itself fell out from under him and was replaced by another.
This new world looked hazy, as if it wasn't quite real. He was in a room, much like his own, but it was more open and more lavishly furnished. He also noticed that there were no doors or windows that could connect this room with the outside world. Corveil could see through everything around him, like it was made of thick fog, but it had been forced into specific shapes. He looked around further, taking in his surroundings, and came face to face with the man. Other than himself, this man was the only solid thing in this strange place. The man smiled, yet it didn't quite meet his eyes. Then he reached out and forcibly pulled Corveil's left hand up in front of their faces. Corveil instinctively yanked his hand away and backed up a few paces. His feet felt as if they could fall through the foggy floor at any moment, and he had to struggle to maintain his balance.
Sorry, I had to make sure you hadn't been bound yet,
the man said. He was taller than Corveil, an imposing and hard figure. His military coat with captain's knots on its shoulder was battered and torn in multiple places, but the metals that hung from it were brightly polished. "What are you? Some kind of genie?" Corveil said, still not trusting his eyes or his mind. The man smiled again and chuckled his response.
Good guess, but no. I'm Oliver Rook.
This revelation caught Corveil by surprise. His delusions were very vivid and felt extremely real to him, but they were always based on his past. This was something new, something he didn't quite understand and couldn't quite believe.
Right, sure. Look, kid, I know that you're skeptical. I would be too. But there is something wrong here. I know you can feel it. That's why I can talk to you. We're kindred spirits, you and I. I can help you get to the bottom of this. But you can't trust Foros. You can't trust anyone from the founding families,
he said in a serious tone.
Except you, of course, Corveil replied dryly.
Of course,
Rook responded, adopting that same half-smile once again.
Look, sir, I don't know if breathing the medicine is messing with my head or if my head is doing this all on its own, but I should really get going.
The smile evaporated as quickly as it had come.
Please, don't go. I can help you. You need to trust me, please.
Desperation stained his words as Corveil reached his hand towards the hazy gas lamp adorning the wall.
No, wait!
Rook cried out as the world once again fell away. Corveil found himself back in his dormitory room, his hand still touching the lamp and water still spilled everywhere on the floor. He sighed deeply and grabbed a small dish towel to clean up with.
And just when I thought things were starting to get better,
he said aloud, scratching his head. By the time Corveil had gotten down to the dining hall, the main rush had already passed. The staff were already clearing the tables, and only a few students remained eating. Cynthia waved to him from a table near the serving counter. She wasn't eating, presumably having already finished herself. He waved back. Titus and a girl he didn't recognize were sitting together a few tables away, looking over a book together while picking at a small pile of food. Corveil walked over to Cynthia after grabbing a cup of coffee and a large steaming roll. He sat down next to her and took a bite of his roll.
"Where did you fight?"
Cynthia asked out of nowhere. Corveil stopped chewing. He had assumed she would want to talk more about the war eventually. It seemed to bring her peace about her brother. Though it did seem to help him too, it still hurt. It was exhausting to have to relive it all over and over. But at least this way he got to do it on his own terms, and not on the whims of his ghost. He swallowed his bite and washed it down with a sip of lukewarm black coffee.
Argonne Forest, Montfaucon, Sedan. It's all a bit hazy, really.
Metz? She asked.
Maybe,
he said after thinking for a moment.
It's honestly hard to remember. My brother fought at Metz. We think that's where he...
She choked up slightly. She gathered herself after a minute and continued.
Did you fight alongside any Irishmen? He nodded his head slowly, trying to remember as he took another sip. She leaned forward in her chair. Seamus. His name was Seamus Pride, she said earnestly. Look, Cynthia, I hardly remembered my own name after I woke up. It's not impossible that I met him, but I honestly can't remember. Oh, okay, she said, her head falling slightly. I'm sorry. If I remember anything, I'll let you know, all right? She nodded her head and offered him a small and forced smile. You know, I've thought a lot about that offensive since he died. I've studied it and its history, as if somehow it could give me answers as to why he was taken from us. Corveil finished his roll and washed it down with the last sip of coffee. It was grainy and bitter and made him wince slightly as he swallowed it. Long before the French and Huns were fighting over that land, there was another country that dwelled there. Celts that came seeking power in the land and fruit in the soil. Lotharingia. That place is sacred and full of power. The druids were able to commune with the earth like never before. He forced himself not to sigh or scoff at what she was saying. Whatever it was, it obviously helped her cope, and who was he to judge her for that? Then the Romans split them up and drove them out. It's no coincidence that it was the final battleground of the war to end all wars. Why the Germans named their emplacements after the 3 witches of fate. Now that holy place is bathed in blood and ash. Sacred offerings to much darker beings. Wicker men burning on pyres. My brother is part of that land now. You are part of that land now. Part of that sacrifice. A group of students that were sitting nearby stood up to leave. As the group moved past, a girl slammed into Cynthia, dumping her tray of trash and leftover food onto her. Grease and bits of food trailed down her pale green blouse and skirt. Cynthia sprang up from her seat, gasping from the refuse now covering her. The gathered crowd laughed. Oh, we're terribly sorry, Raggedy Ann, but that really fits your outfit better, don't you think? One of the group members said smugly, inviting another string of laughter. Cynthia's eyes flashed with rage, and Corveil almost thought he could see the strange blue markings on her skin swirl and move. Of course, this was just his imagination. He clenched his left fist and stood up as well, forcing himself between them and her. Get lost, he commanded. Oh, look, it's Captain Hook to the rescue. Got tired of chasing little kids, I suppose, the ringleader of the group said. He was an upperclassman, someone who had already earned his ring, as Keen would have said. Corveil had heard of this group of bullies from Keen, but up until this point he had been able to avoid them, or they him. Either way, he wasn't going to let them at his friend. Rage boiled up inside of him as he stared at the student's smug face. I said get lost before someone gets hurt. The student laughed. What are you going to do? Poke me to death? You can't even use the arts or so I'm told. I don't need the arts to beat you to a pulp. Corveil looked down at the student's hand and could see a large black ring on his left hand. Despite its dark color, the light of the room reflected off of it, illuminating his hand in a slight glow. Cynthia reached out her own hand and placed it on Corveil's left arm. It's not worth it, Victor. It's alright, Cynthia, I can take him. No, you can't, another voice he hadn't heard before said. He looked behind him to see Titus and the girl he was sitting with approaching the gathered crowd. Titus looked cautious and reserved, but the girl seemed confident, despite her small stature. The leader of the group turned pale as they approached. Well, if it isn't the whole misfit petting party. You're right, Raggedy Ann. It's not worth scraping the mud off my boot. We've class to attend. Then the group turned and left, shooting them all smug glances and dangerous looks. Corveil turned to Cynthia. Are you all right? Yes, she said, brushing off the trash and wiping her hands on her dress. Thanks for the backup, he said, turning to Titus and the girl. Cameron is a jerk. He's some distant member of the British royal family, and so he thinks he owns the place. It's not the first time I've had to confront him, the girl said. My name is Hannah, and this is Titus, she said, extending her right hand. Corveil tried to shake it awkwardly with his left. We've met. He nodded to Titus, who returned the gesture. I'm Corveil, and this is Cynthia. A pleasure, she said. Hannah was a small but pretty girl. She only came up to Corveil's chest with short, cropped brown hair that barely reached her shoulders. She had a soft face and dark brown eyes. She wore a tan knit sweater and a knee-length black skirt. What did you do? You almost looked afraid, Cynthia asked Hannah. He should be after the beating I gave him last semester. Cynthia chuckled. You beat him? She exclaimed in disbelief. He had just gotten his ring and thought he could boss me around. He hadn't known that I got mine a semester early. He didn't come out of his dorm for 2 days after that. She said seriously. We should probably get out of the dining hall, Titus said softly. Titus and I have some research to do, but after your first class, you two should come and meet us in the Verindre common room, Hannah said plainly. Verindre? Corveil asked. It's what the Seeley's Dre house members call the dorm. That would be lovely, Cynthia said. We'll see you then, Hannah said cheerfully. Then she and Titus left the hall. I should go change, Cynthia said as she looked down at her stained dress. I should go try to find Keen, I suppose, Corveil said dryly. Cynthia chuckled. Have to report to your nanny? Corveil stared at her flatly. Her smile faded into a thoughtful and sincere stare. Thank you for trying to stand up for me. Although knowing the arts, if it actually came to blows, you would have had to be carried out on a stretcher, I'm sure. But thank you. No problem. She smiled at him again, then turned and left. On his way out, Corveil asked some of the waitstaff if Keen had come to breakfast earlier, but no one had seen him. Serpent's Den was an all-male dormitory, so he would be allowed in, unlike Jagger's Nest, so he decided to go and check on him. His first step into the dormitory building took his breath. He had thought that the rest of the campus was nice, but this place was the Ritz in every possible way. Unlike the rest of the campus, the main foyer was bright, with white marble tiles on the floor and massive pillars reaching to the high ceiling. The chandeliers would have put Buckingham Palace to shame. A grand staircase led from the foyer to the second floor, where the head of the dorm sat behind an opulent desk hewn from a single piece of marble. The elderly snow-haired man had a hawk nose and chin and eyes that seemed to weigh every ounce of a person. "Can I help you?" he asked dryly. "I'm looking for Keen Serpent's room. I was supposed to meet with him today, but I haven't seen him," Corveil responded. "No one is allowed to disturb Master Serpent while he is in his room. Direct orders from Lord Argent Serpent himself." "Professor Foros assigned him to guide and tutor me. He was supposed to attend every class with me." He also wanted to mention how Master Serpent had disturbed him in his own room every day since they had met, but he doubted that that would help his case. "Unless you want me to go ask the headmaster for his direct order?" The hawk-faced man narrowed his eyes to slits. "Victor Corveil, is it?" he asked. "Yes, sir." "So be it. Master Serpent is on the top floor in the family suite. I suggest you knock first. The Serpents take their privacy very seriously." "Thank you, sir," Corveil said before heading up another staircase behind him. He ascended several more before reaching the top floor. Intricate designs of stone ran up and down the walls of the hallway, all leading to a set of double doors on the far end. He drew closer to the door and noticed an emblem emblazed in the center of two snakes nearly eating each other's tails, forming a perfect circle. The opening of the door would separate the snakes completely. Silver knockers hung from each of the doors. He lifted the knocker and tapped it against its back. The thudding sound reverberated throughout the hallway. He listened closely to the other side of the room. He heard music? Soft orchestral music was wafting from the other side, and he also heard another sound, like rain or blowing wind. He wasn't entirely sure what to make of it. He knocked a second time, with no response. After a few moments, the rushing sound stopped, with a low squeak. Corveil tested the door, and much to his surprise, it wasn't locked. He pushed the heavy oak door open and took a step into the massive room. It was even more extravagant than the foyer or anything in the main halls. Floor to ceiling was covered in white and black marble with gold and silver trim. The furniture, of which there was a lot, was made of deep mahogany and ivory. Corveil had never seen so much wealth on clear display like this in his entire life. While he was still gaping at the sheer opulence before him, Keen entered the main room from the far side, completely undressed. He met their eyes in shock and horror, then turned around immediately as Keen, matching Corveil's own surprise, reached for a towel and covered their chest and body. The first shock that ran through Corveil's mind was the fact that Keen had a running water shower in their own private room. Running water in sinks was rare enough, but to have your own private shower was nearly unheard of. The second and much more surprising shock, of course, was the realization that Keen Serpin was a girl. Keen's journal. Sometimes I hate myself. I hate my body. I hate the thing that my father made me. Everything that I've ever done has been to make him happy, proud. But the one thing that would actually make him proud is the one thing that I can never truly be. I am his greatest failure. But I wear that as a badge of honor now. Control has always been his greatest desire. And yet I am the one thing that he couldn't control, despite his best efforts. I've accepted that I can never be normal. I can't be a normal boy. I can't be a normal girl. He took that from me. But I'll be damned if I let him do anything else. This is my life, and he can't have it. Maybe it's just my freedom speaking. But for the first time in my life, I feel good. I was annoyed at first when Lucien stuck me with the new kid, but I've grown to like him. He's broken. Like me. Well, perhaps not like me, but he's something that's not normal, something that can't fit in. It's honestly been good to see someone who's had it a bit worse than me. Not that I would ever admit that to him, of course. I enjoy making fun of him too much for that. He's the first person in my life that I feel I can honestly consider a friend. But how much of that is real? If he knew the truth, what would he do? Would he cast me aside like my father? Would he treat me like the freak that I am? In the end, I suppose it doesn't really matter. He'll never know the truth. Keen Serpin. Chapter 7. I should set you ablaze with hellfire for barging in on me, Victor Corveil, Keen screamed. I'm sorry, I didn't know, he yelled back in self-defense, still facing the door. Well, maybe you shouldn't go bursting into people's rooms unannounced. This caused him to spin around in anger and pure disbelief. You're one to talk, he shouted, surprising himself that he turned around to face him, or rather, her, again. Turn back around, she called out, and he immediately did. You blundering idiot, she yelled. He simply stood there staring at the door, mouth hanging wide open. Get out! He heard her shout as she ruffled around through a pile of clothes and began dressing. He followed orders, stepping out the large door and closing it behind him, staring wide-eyed down the hallway. He stood there, mind completely blank, in shock for what felt like an eternity before he heard the door crack behind him and Keen say softly, You can come in now. He slowly turned around and met her eyes as she poked her head out of the door. Her wet raven black hair hung over her fallen and clearly embarrassed eyes. She retreated back into the room so that he could enter. She had dressed in a white tank top with a white long-sleeve button-up over it and trousers like she usually wore. She was still buttoning up the shirt over the tank top as he walked in. The full dormitory was a total of 4 large rooms. He entered into a wide sitting room with 2 fine leather couches and a wide coffee table. To the right was a massive bathroom complete with a full porcelain bath and shower. On the left, a large kitchen and full dining table that had various books and papers strewn across it. Then directly ahead was a large bedroom with a mahogany writing desk, a wall-to-wall chest of drawers, a plush love seat, and a king-size 4-poster bed against the far wall, where Keen plopped down onto the foot of. There were no doors between any of the rooms, so Corveil sat down on the edge of the couch in the sitting area, still in full view of Keen sitting atop her bed. His mind still hadn't fully caught up with what was going on. "You're a girl," he whispered softly. "Glad to see that head wound didn't interfere with your vision," she said in her usual condescending tone. "You're a girl," he repeated, trying to wrap his mind around it. "Though perhaps it did cause some lingering mental damage." "You're a girl?" he asked, nearly in a shout. "I don't know what I am, Victor," she shouted in reply. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, not wanting to let her temper get the best of her. "My father wanted a son and heir so badly that he tried to curse me into one after I was born. He almost thought it worked, too. My hair hardly ever grew. I was tall and thin," she said, motioning to her body. "They even had me convinced I was a boy most of my life. I was sheltered, went to a prestigious private school. I had no way of knowing otherwise." Her usual snarky voice was replaced by bitterness and sorrow. "No one ever knew. Most people still wouldn't. I always just thought I was a freak, until things started changing. I was 15, bit of a late bloomer, I suppose. I didn't actually figure out what was going on until a year after that." "What did you do?" Corveil asked. "I tried to rebel. Even tried to wear a dress once. I was locked inside my room for 2 weeks after that stunt. 16 years, thinking you're one thing, thinking you're a freak. Have you any idea what that does to a person?" He didn't. He couldn't even imagine what she must have gone through. Up until the war, he was always happy with his life. He knew who he was, who he wanted to be. Most everyone liked him and treated him with respect. Things were different now, of course. He felt alienated, like a freak. Keen had felt like that since birth. "I'm sorry," he said. "Oh, I don't want your pity, Victor, just like you don't want mine, which is why I've never given it to you. I just want to be normal, I guess." Her eyes fell. Corveil knew that feeling now. But how could he treat her as normal now that he knew her secret? Not that he couldn't be friends with a girl. Cynthia obviously disproved that notion, but it didn't matter. No matter how much Keen had annoyed him in the past, she was right. She had never pitied him, never treated him as less than what he was. The least that he could do was return the favor. "Thank you," he said softly. She raised her head. "For what?" "For treating me like I was normal, like I was a whole person. I owe it to you to do the same." She simply nodded softly. A thought ran through Corveil's mind, and he chuckled to himself, causing her to glance up at him with a cold stare. "What?" she asked, ice in her tone. "I was just thinking of all the girls who will be heartbroken if this ever got out," he said, smiling. She smiled back. A small but sincere smile, not the devious one she usually wore. When she smiled like that, she was actually... No,
He couldn't think that. Not now. Her smile faded to horror. You mustn't tell anyone. If word got back to my father, well, I don't know what he would do, but I don't want to find out. Don't worry, Keen. Your secret is safe with me. And it was. You don't study law without being willing to keep a few secrets from time to time. Her face softened once again. They sat there in silence for several minutes. It wasn't even awkward, at least not for him. They both needed to think through some things, but she didn't seem to want to be alone just now. He stayed with her until they had to go for their first class of the day, Hermetic Philosophy. He made note of the fact that as soon as she left her room, her back straightened, her brow lowered, and her jaw set. Keen once again took on the appearance of the haughty and entitled brat that he knew all too well, as if this tall man and the girl that almost seemed small in her massive room were two completely different people. He couldn't imagine being forced to act like someone he was not, day in and day out, with the only respite being when he was truly and completely alone. Though he also supposed that everyone was like that to a certain extent, wearing a mask of responsibility around everyone, and it's not until you retreat into solitude that you become your true self. For Keen, it was just amplified tenfold. They walked to class together with a little more conversation than Keen's usual commentary on each student, teacher, and landmark. Corveil decided that he would try his best to pay attention to the class and take notes more diligently than he had been. He had to get to the bottom of this whole situation, and he couldn't do that through ignorance. The professor was more engaging than the Solomonic one had been to start off with, even though he had moved on to practicals now, which Corveil found fascinating, as he was still unable to discern how they were able to create these illusions and tricks. This professor was also much younger and of Arab descent, with a finely cropped mustache and goatee. He talked a lot about alchemy, both physical and spiritual. He spoke about a text called the Emerald Tablet that had belonged to Hermes Trismegistus, the namesake of Hermetic philosophy. He spoke in great detail of the direct correspondence between different levels of existence, between the physical and the spiritual, between heaven and earth, or hell. He summed up the concept with the phrase, as above, so below. Corveil found the concepts he discussed fascinating, though he wasn't sure how they related to their so-called art, but he was sure that would come with time. He met back up with Cynthia after the class and invited Keen to join them in their little impromptu get-together at Seeley's Dray. Does it have to be the Dray? Can't we just meet in an empty classroom or something? She asked. They invited us there. Wouldn't it be rude to reject now? Cynthia said, while blushing. Corveil couldn't help but chuckle. This gained him stern glances from both Cynthia and Keen, of course. When they arrived at Seeley's Dray, Corveil was surprised by its interior. He had come to expect grand architecture and ancient artifacts. This dorm, however, was utterly utilitarian. The walls and floor were plain and unfurnished. Exposed electric bulbs cast the whole place in a sterile glow. There was really nothing to note. Uncomfortably, it reminded him a great deal of a hospital or military base, a place that served a very particular purpose and nothing else. When they entered the large common room, he was taken aback by its size. It was at least 3 times the size of Jagger's Nest's common room, and it was littered with tables and workstations in complete disarray. Cork and chalkboards dotted the odd scene with nonsensical scribblings, diagrams, and images covering every possible surface. Students scurried from table to table or were huddled into dark corners, surrounded by books and scrolls. Corveil and Cynthia stopped in the doorway to take in the chaotic atmosphere, while Keen wandered in as if she had expected such a scene. Cynthia nudged Corveil and pointed to a desk where Hannah and Titus were huddled over. Hannah lifted her head at the exact moment and looked directly at them, startled, then smiled and waved them over. "What is all of this?" he asked as the 3 approached the desk. Titus looked up from his work, nodded to them, then turned to a large board that was half chalkboard, half corkboard beside them.
This is Verindre, Hannah said, motioning to the world around her. Home of the Wanderers. Keen leaned over and whispered in his ear. Elsbeth Vereen Seeley was a bit of a nutcase, but she was a genius. Many of those who end up in her house follow suit, she said in a slightly condescending tone. Hi, I'm Keen, she said to Hannah with a forced smile and extended hand. Yes, we all know who you are, Mr. Serpin, Hannah said back, taking her hand. What are you two working on? Cynthia asked. Hannah looked over her shoulder at Titus and chuckled nervously. A lot, actually. We pretty much work on everything together here. Collaboration was at the heart of Lady Vereen's philosophy. Her and Oliver Rook basically invented the artist's tongue by themselves. We try to embody that here. A hint of pride shone in her voice and on her small face.
Disappearances, Titus said from behind her.
Come again? Corveil asked, surprised at his interjection.
We're working on disappearances. Yes, we all help out with everything, but that's our focus. Or my focus, he said as he made several additional notes to the already cramped chalkboard. Keen's eyebrows arched. Disappearances? Care to elaborate on that? Hannah sighed.
There's been a number of students who have gone missing over the past year, she said in a hushed tone. Verindre focuses on academic research and practical experimentation. This isn't our usual cup of tea, but it's become Titus's house project. She cut off and addressed the group as if giving an informative lecture. Verindre students each choose a project at the beginning of each semester to study and experiment with. We all help out to finish those projects. Generally, it's just a new type of spell or ancient translation. Occasionally, it's some new form of artifice or alchemical discovery. This is the first project like this we've had to solve. She glanced caringly over to Titus. But we're making ground. Corveil instantly took interest. Students going missing? Not only was this perfect for uncovering the dark secrets that he knew this school contained, but also he loved solving mysteries. Hannah continued to speak. Generally, we keep to ourselves and our research, but I did have ulterior motives for inviting you, Hannah said abashed to Cynthia. I'm doing a study on ancient forms of Indo-European magics, and have been stumped lately on the druidic practices of the English Isle. There's a surprising lack of documentation, but since you're here, I was wondering if you would be willing to help out? Cynthia perked up at this and adopted a bright smile at the chance of spreading knowledge of her faith, something that Corveil had callously tossed to the side. He looked away from Cynthia as she excitedly began spewing information to Hannah, who was clearly taken aback by the instant reaction. Keen simply rolled her eyes and leaned against the desk. Corveil still didn't understand their magic. He didn't really understand faith in general. He was a Christian, of course, but everyone was where he grew up. That was pretty much the only option. It was just something he did, something he was, something he never really thought about. Mysteries of the universe were out of his field of expertise, but mysteries of the mind and body, mysteries of man, that he understood. He walked over to the blackboard that Titus was continuing to scribble over, looking more closely at the names written down on it. These names, they're the ones who disappeared? He asked. Titus nodded in response. They're all girls, Corveil noted. Titus stood up from where he was hunched over, making notes at the bottom of the board, and looked at him.
Are there any other obvious observations you want to make?
Corveil felt a pang of indignation rising up inside of him. Look, Titus, I think we got off on the wrong foot. I want to be able to get along.
Mr. Corveil, outside of this building, everyone treats me a certain way. A horrible way. But a way that I can accept, because I understand it. It's the way things are, and I can't change that by complaining. Inside this room, I'm just another student with another project. But you're trying to be something different, something that I don't understand, he said, clearly agitated but still trying to show respect. I don't mean any offense, Corveil said.
It's just, I fought alongside a lot of...
A lot of what? A lot of people like me? Learn that we bleed the same, we die the same? You think you understand us now? I'm sure you've been through hell. But so have we. The fire might look different, but it's still hell. Do you want my pity, Mr. Corveil?
Corveil stumbled over his own thoughts and words, holding up the stub of his right hand. No.
Then treat me the same, and we'll get along just fine.
He turned back to the board. The words hit Corveil hard, mostly because he was completely right. Here he was hating everyone who pitied him, everyone who saw him as different, everyone who felt sorry for him. But then he turned around and did the same thing to Titus, trying to act like he understood or related to him, when in reality, he could never truly understand his pain, just as no one could understand his own pain. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Titus looked back at him.
I don't need your apologies either.
He paused for a moment, thinking.
But I could use your help.
Yeah, of course. What can I do? He had never been part of a study group before, but that was exactly what this meeting had turned into, though very different than any he had heard of. Over the next few days, they met regularly in Seely's Dray and worked together. When he wasn't helping Titus figure out more of his mystery, Corveil even decided to try to do some academic studying himself. Keen had already given him a number of basic historical and practical analyses on their art, and she began to take her role as his tutor more seriously. Though he still didn't believe any of it, he found the lengths they went to explain the science behind it fascinating. From what he had gathered, it was based on various ancient esoteric and mystical practices, such as Jewish Kabbalah, Christian Enochian magic, Egyptian Hermeticism, and Israeli Solomonic magic. Each of the disciplines specialize in certain techniques and philosophies. Solomonic magic focuses on communicating with and controlling demonic forces, forcing them to interact with the physical world and do the caster's bidding through the use of seals and other binding agents. Enochian magic was similar, but it focuses on angelic hosts instead, commanding angels and other benevolent spirits to intercede on the caster's behalf through the use of language, symbols, dreams, and codes. Hermeticism came from a very different background, where both good and evil forces coexisted and could be controlled interchangeably based on a person's beliefs and philosophy. The Hermeticists used alchemy and other techniques to communicate with spirits. Kabbalah seemed to be one of the oldest, however, and focused less on spiritual beings and more on the spiritual power itself. Kabbalists believed that words, both written and spoken, were able to change reality itself, since God himself spoke the universe into being. They sought to uncover words of power and decipher ancient texts in order to discover true meaning, true power, and true Kabbalah. These practices made up their art, and various texts and translations made up the language they called the artist's tongue. Keen was extremely gifted in Solomonic studies, as it was the primary focus of her entire family and lineage for hundreds of years. She did well at teaching him all she could about the practices. During their Solomonic studies classes and practicals, others had been able to reproduce the same effect of fire as Keen had before. Corveil always watched closely to try and discern the trick they were using, but was yet unable to. During their study group, Hannah was able to demonstrate various spells, as she had already earned her seal, which they claimed was the central focus of their art. Corveil did wonder about the necessity of the seal in their tricks. It most likely had some form of hidden compartment in the sigil that could hold items or fluids needed for their illusions. Perhaps the one that Keen had worn the first day had some type of flammable gas that could coat her hand but not burn her when ignited. He had seen Hannah perform a number of smaller spells as well, such as levitating a pen. A thin string tied to the pen could have easily produced this effect, of course. He did wonder what the purpose of all of this was, however. Why all the mysticism around such simple tricks? and why was everyone else just accepting it? The only other person who seemed at all skeptical was Titus, but he had some strange beliefs of his own. He called himself a root doctor, which seemed like some mixture between an herbalist and a shaman of some kind, and he practiced what he called hoodoo. He created all types of tinctures and concoctions that were supposed to help with everything from a sore throat to improving test scores. Weirdly enough, from what Corveil could see, it actually worked, though he was sure there was a logical and chemical explanation for his success. What Corveil didn't understand was what Titus called conjures. They were small packages of seemingly the most random things that he claimed could do all sorts of incredible feats. The jury was still out on those in Corveil's mind. He kept very detailed notes on everything that happened around them and rarely spoke. Sometimes he would mumble to himself incoherently in strange voices, but that was far from the strangest thing in this place. Cynthia fell fully into her studies. She consumed any piece of information she could learn, and when she wasn't studying, she was going into great detail of her people's entire history for Hannah. Corveil thought that Hannah may have bitten off more than she could chew with Cynthia. In class, Cynthia was one of the few who was able to recreate Keen's display in Solomonic practicals. She was obsessed. The only time her nose wasn't in a book or helping Hannah was when she was staring dreamily at Keen, or worse yet, Lucien. She treated him with a kind of awe and admiration that Corveil had rarely seen from anyone. Then again, if she did believe he was literally one of her gods, he supposed he could understand that. Corveil thought a lot about Lucien himself, his cool demeanor and air of superiority, yet a humility unbecoming of a man in his station. He was an enigma. He was kind, yet stern at times, a perfect headmaster in Corveil's estimation. But he was also the epicenter of all that was transpiring in this unnatural place, and Corveil was determined to get to the bottom of it. In between lectures one Thursday afternoon, he decided to take Lucien up on his standing invitation and call upon him in his office, which Keen had already shown him the way to nearly a week before. He entered the large oval room, the red velvet walls shocking his senses. He spotted Lucien standing on the railed-off loft, facing away towards the wall of books and shelves, hands clasped behind him. "Professor?" he said, walking towards the desk and chairs positioned in the center of the room. With a quick motion, Lucien's head swiveled, being roused from deep thought. Then he turned around to face him.
"Ah, Victor. Come in. I was just wondering when our next meeting would take place."
He stepped to the narrow stairway and walked down to meet Corveil, his left hand outstretched. Corveil noticed that his seal was worn on his right hand today. He made a mental note of the change, but didn't recognize any significance of the oddity. He shook his hand firmly, then Lucien motioned for him to sit. "I have some questions," he said to the older man as he took his own place behind his desk.
"I see. Then I hope to have some answers for you."
As if forgetting something, Lucien swiftly rose to his feet again.
"Would you like some tea? None of that bland English stuff. I had this imported straight from China."
Corveil didn't really understand the distinction, and he had always preferred coffee over tea, but didn't want to be rude. "That would be great, thanks." Lucien walked over to a nearby table on which sat a stone tray with a steel kettle, a small teapot, and 2 little porcelain cups, smaller than any he had seen before. With a flick of Lucien's wrist, a flame ignited from his hands, and the kettle screamed out its screeching call as the water boiled. Though the sound reminded Corveil of that terrible screech of bombs falling and bullets streaking overhead, his ghost was nowhere to be seen, and much to his surprise, no episode followed. Lucien brought the stone tray over and sat it on the desk in front of Corveil, and poured boiling water from the kettle into the teapot, where he could see a handful of loose tea leaves. After waiting for a few moments, he poured the teapot's contents into the small cups and set one in front of Corveil, then took a small sip himself.
Now, ask away,
he said, smiling sincerely with his lips and eyes. Corveil adjusted himself in his seat and produced his notebook from his jacket pocket to use for reference. He made a quick note regarding tea from China before beginning. I've been here over a week, and I still hardly feel any closer to figuring this place out. Everyone seems to have bought into all of this, swallowed hook, line, and sinker. I still don't know what's going on, but I'd like to take a crack at it. The tip of Lucien's lips curled in a humoring way. Then he said, By all means, and then gestured for him to continue, before taking another sip of tea. Corveil took a sip of tea as well, which he found surprisingly flavorful and rich, even without milk or sugar. You mentioned importing this tea from China. I suppose it wouldn't be too difficult to import something else as well. Fireworks, perhaps? I hear the explosions they can create are incredible. Maybe they can even create ones that appear like dragons, which would explain your display when I first arrived. Lucien chuckled warmly, but said nothing. I haven't had an opportunity to examine a seal closely yet, but I think I have them figured out too. They both finished their tea, so Lucien poured another round into the pot, then after a few moments, threw the strainer into their cups.
Do you now?
He said, before setting the teapot down once more. Under the signet there's a small reservoir for liquids or gas or string or a number of other things that can be used for your tricks. It would be elementary to fit in a small flint and steel or some other method of creating a spark.
Elementary indeed.
It's a magician's toolbox in a compact form, perfect for an illusionist. Lucien leaned forward, lacing his fingers together over the table.
And you believe that everyone here has just unanimously agreed to pretend that it's all real magic?
There's no other explanation, Corveil said, sipping his second cup of tea. It was even more flavorful than the first, and seemed to take on new hints and flavors that he hadn't been able to pick out before.
There is one other explanation. You simultaneously give us more and less credit than we deserve. You are not a man of faith. I understand that. But after all you've seen, I would surmise it takes more faith to believe as you do than to accept the truth.
He leaned back in his chair and lifted his own cup to his lips, but stopped just short.
How learned are you in matters of philosophy? He asked, and then finished his sip.
I find it interesting, but I've never studied it thoroughly.
We shall have to change that. Have you ever heard of Occam's razor? No. It is the principle in which the explanation that requires the least assumption is often the most true. You could either assume that we have cultivated an elaborate lie and invented all sorts of devices to further this lie to some unknown means, and that everyone here is in on it except for you. Or you could assume that perhaps, just maybe, it's all true.
He finished his cup of tea in another gulp.
In your estimation, which is the simplest option?
That question was preposterous, of course. The ramifications of their magic being real were infinite and terrifying. It may be only one assumption, but it was an impossible one. For all of this to be true, it would completely break down what I know about the world, about reality. Lucien hesitated, then poured a third cup for both of them.
So then you believe that your perspective on reality is more important than the truth of it? The window from which you gaze upon the world is more real than the world itself. That seems almost selfish to me. And what of your newfound friends? Are their beliefs nothing more than fantasy and lies?
He did believe that Cynthia's faith was fantasy, and Keen had lied to him before about something very large. Why would he put it past her to do it with this? Of course, he understood why she had lied about her being a girl, but still. Even they have secrets, he said, his mind replaying his shocking encounter with her days before. A curious glance of recognition darted across Lucien's face. I take it you're referring to Master Serpent, or rather, Lady Serpent. This statement nearly caused Corveil to spew the sip of tea he had just taken across the table. He stared at Lucien in wide-eyed disbelief. How do you know about that? He asked defensively. Lucien simply smiled, taking Corveil's near outburst in stride. I know a great many things. I've known her family since before she was born. Her father even came to me asking for help cursing her. Of course, I refused, hence why he failed. He paused and looked deep into Corveil's eyes, a thoughtful and knowing stare. I know a great many things about you as well. You claim to be a man of logic, yes? Yes, he replied, trepidation spreading across his own face. Can logic explain your own path through life? I have seen your medical and service records. He paused and pushed his tea to the side, then leaned forward, his eyes burning intensely. You shouldn't have been in that forest. You shouldn't have been on that boat, or that bus. The words frightened Corveil. He didn't know where this was going and wasn't sure he wanted to know. All he could say was, I know. And he did know. He tried not to think about the terrible coincidence of events that transpired to put him in the front lines of the war, because the more he thought about them, the less sense they made. No one from the third draft even made it to Europe before the armistice. No one except for you. I know, he repeated. His trepidation turned to fear, and then to dread, as Lucien spoke. You were only there for 2 weeks before you were wounded and sent home. His face burned. His phantom right hand throbbed in pain. I know. And yet, even in your coma, you claimed to remember the assault on Montfaucon, Sedan, Cornay, and even Metz, despite half of those battles taking place before you ever stepped foot on the continent. Corveil didn't fully know what he was dreading, but this revelation was certainly not what he expected. He stared back at Lucien's intense glare, his mind swirling, trying to piece together memories that were long shattered. What Lucien said made sense, of course. He didn't know the exact dates of all the battles his memory told him that he fought, but he had always thought he remembered more than what was possible. His thoughts passed over all the times he had been wounded, or worse, times that should have left scars, more than the ones he already had. The church in Montfaucon collapsing on him, the machine gun nest opening fire on him on the approach to Sedan. Countless battles, countless wounds, countless deaths. The room flipped upside down, and he grabbed the table to stabilize himself. There is more to you than you realize, Victor Corveil. Much more. More than logic can ever tell. His ears rang, his head spun, his wounds burned. Then, in an instant, it all stopped, as Lucien quickly stood up. Well, I've taken enough of your time. I'm sure there are classes you'll want to attend. But if you ever want some more tea, be sure to stop by. Then, without realizing what was happening, Corveil was outside of the office, and the door was closed.
What just happened?
He thought to himself, but within his mind, there was no reply. Titus's notes. Michelle Vander, 21, Jagger's Nest. Chengguang Song, 19, Seeley's Dray. Beatrice Jacobs, 19, Jagger's Nest. Arlene Smith, 20, Jagger's Nest. Dorothy Thames, 18, Seeley's Dray. 5 girls missing
over a 7-week period. The handwriting changes for the following sentences and was hastily crossed out.
Why does he care about the missing? He should have other priorities.
He always was one to take up a cause. That's why we chose him. The disappearances are connected. I know they are. The faculty claims the students simply left the island to return to their respective homes, but no record of their departure exists, and no mention of it to their classmates and friends was ever made, though all of these subjects were relatively low profile. Each one kept fairly to themselves other than brief interactions with fellow students and housemates. There appears to be no connection in academic study or background.
The handwriting changes abruptly again. Should we help him? And do what? Tell him that they're all dead? You think that would make him less obsessed?
Will you fool stop taking control while he's writing? He'll be able to read all of this. Dead. No, they can't be dead. I'll find them. This sick world has taken too many innocent souls as it is. This place was supposed to be different. 1 drop of essence of licorice, 2 pinches of lye, shavings from a boar's rib, jewel weed extract, 1 drop of vanilla, 1 teaspoon of sugar. Encased in flannel or leather, recite the prayers or incantations before sealing, not after. Conjure should heighten senses and compel those around to tell the truth. Michelle Vander, 21, Jagger's Nest. Chengguang Song, 19, Sealy's Dray. Beatrice Jacobs, 19, Jagger's Nest. Arlene Smith, 20, Jagger's Nest. Dorothy Thames, 18, Sealy's Dray. Cynthia Pride, 17, Jagger's Nest. I will find you. All of you. Titus Bowman.
Chapter 8. Corveil wandered rather aimlessly through Leviathan Hall after leaving Lucien's office. Their conversation had shaken him to his core. His memories fought for dominance in his mind. The battles, the blood, the death. He caught a glimpse of his ghost around every corner, behind every door, and within the eyes of every student he passed. It was sneering at him, taunting him. He had to get out into the open air, but in his haste, he descended deeper into the bowels of the Leviathan. Corridor after corridor, hall after hall. He had no concept of where he was now, but he could hear his ghost laughing and screaming from everywhere around him. He saw its glowing yellow eyes in every shadow, its gaunt form in every reflection. A number of students that he stumbled past reached out for him in concern, but all he could see was the flayed forms of the men he had killed, trying to bring him down to hell with them. He broke into a run. He had to get out. The walls closed in on him, trapping him in endless torment. There was nowhere to run. He burst into a nearby classroom that was abandoned and slammed the door closed behind him. He sank to the floor, tears streaming down his face and burning his scars. His missing right hand felt as if it was being skinned alive. He pounded it into the oak door of the room and cried out in agony. The ghost was already there, waiting for him. Everything grew dark. The ghost called out his name. Pale, bony hands grabbed his shoulders from behind, and he spun around, flailing in pain.
It's me, Victor.
The anorexic creature screamed.
Snap out of it!
The ghost reared back its clawed hand and slapped Corveil square in the face. He slumped to the floor, and his vision started to clear. He looked up to see Keen crouched over him, panting. "Keen," he croaked. She sat down on the floor next to him and placed her hand on his shoulder. It's all right. You're safe now. I'm here." He squeezed his eyes shut, and despite his best efforts to prevent them, tears streamed down his face onto the floor. They sat there for several minutes in silence, him crying, her awkwardly sitting beside him patting his arm. Eventually, he pulled himself together and sat up beside Keen. His episode had passed, and his mind and body had resumed their normal functions, for now. "I'm sorry you had to see me like that," he said. She looked over at him with concern. "Are you all right?" she asked. "No," he sighed deeply. It had been a good couple of days, but deep down he knew that it couldn't have lasted. "What were you doing in here?" he asked her. Her face flushed. It was the first time he had ever seen anything resembling embarrassment from her. Even when he had barged into her room, she wasn't embarrassed as much as she was scared and furious. "Hiding from Cynthia." He looked at her inquisitively. "You're hiding from... Wait, what?" he exclaimed. She looked to the floor. "She's been chasing me around all day, saying she wants to talk to me alone." Corveil's eyebrows rose involuntarily, prompting her to elbow him in the ribs. "After she couldn't catch up with me, she left a message at the den to meet her tonight at 10 next to the fountain in the courtyard." "Do you think she is going to confess?" he asked. Keen groaned, and her body rolled back until she was laying flat on the floor. "I don't know. Probably." The awkward, embarrassed feeling that was clearly plaguing Keen spread to Corveil as well, like an infection. "What are you going to do?" "I think I have to tell her the truth, right? If she was some random student, I could just blow her off and move on with my life, but she's your friend. I want her to be my friend. I'm tired of the way she looks at me, the way they all look at me. I want to be her friend, not her crush or a celebrity." Corveil laid back on the floor beside her. "Then tell her. She's pretty open-minded. More than I am, in any case." Keen groaned again, then rolled over and raised herself up on one arm. "This is all your fault, you know." Corveil sat back up and turned to face her. "How is this my fault?" She flopped back over with a sigh. "Oh, I don't know. I just like blaming you for things. It makes my life easier." They both chuckled. "Come along, we can't hang out in here all day," she said, standing up. "Yeah, I guess not," he responded, except hiding away from everyone was exactly what he wanted to do right now. The memories of the war, whether real or fake he did not know, were still pelting at the back of his mind, and he was only barely able to keep them at bay. Being here, talking to Keen like a friend. Surprisingly, it helped a little. He reluctantly stood up, and the two of them exited the room together. He returned to his dorm after a full day of lectures and studies. He hadn't had any more episodes, but they were easier to avoid when surrounded by his friends, despite him not seeing Cynthia since before his encounter with Lucien. He closed the door of his dorm room and turned around to see his ghost inches from his face, its hollow yellow eyes boring into his soul. His body froze with terror and began to tremble. He knew the ghost wasn't real. He knew it was all in his head, but that didn't stop the pain from washing over his entire body when the creature unhinged its jaw and let out a blood-curdling scream. Corveil's world turned red, and he struggled to maintain his footing as everything around him shook. He stumbled forward, pushing through the ghost's emaciated form, only to be met by it again and again. Each time he pushed past it, it was waiting for him on the other side. He screamed in agony as the bullets and bombs screeched overhead, as the blood flowed like a river through the trenches.
"Corveil!"
He heard a disembodied voice call out.
Was it his sergeant? Had someone found him? His right hand that he knew was no longer there burned with a pain like he had never felt before. His face was melting away. He was trudging through the mud, through the woods, through the rubble, wading across the river. He had to get out, get back to the others, to his squad. The town burned around him. Its inhabitants called out for a savior that would never come. They were all doomed. Lambs to the slaughter. Sacred offerings to much darker beings. Wicker men burning on pyres. His ghost stared at him from atop the crumbling church, from the sandbag barricades, from within the mud beneath him and the smoke above. It was everywhere. He couldn't escape. This was the end, and Keen wasn't here to pull him out of it this time.
Corveil!
That same voice called out of the dark. He couldn't tell where it was coming from. The fire and smoke and death rose to a crescendo around him, and he screamed until his voice broke and his throat bled. Then he saw something. A small, shining piece of metal, bright and clean amongst the torrent of ever-shifting, ever-changing mud and rubble and water. It looked like a lamp. He reached out for it with his right hand, and then the world around him disappeared. Corveil was back, in that strange world of fog where nothing felt real. His right arm was still reached out towards the lamp on the wall. He could vaguely see an outline of where his hand was supposed to be, grasping the lamp, thin lines of fog running through it like veins and connecting to the abrupt end of his arm.
And I thought my mind was messed up, the voice said from behind him. What was that thing? It asked.
My ghost. My past. Corveil mumbled, still trembling. He released the lamp from his phantom hand, and the outline that he almost thought he had seen faded away to nothing.
Well, you're safe from it in here. It can't hurt you while you're in someone else's mind.
Corveil turned around to look at Oliver Rook. Excuse me? He asked.
You're in my mind, boy. Or at least what's left of it.
A look of loss came over the older man's face.
It's a long story. I'll tell you some other time. We need to have a conversation, you and I.
Rook motioned to a series of small stools and sat atop one himself. As he made contact with it, its hazy form took a more corporeal shape and color as form returned to it. Corveil hesitantly sat on the other, and the same thing happened to it as well. He didn't really care what this delusion that his brain had drummed up had to say, but this delusion was better than the other, so he would take it for as long as he could.
You cannot trust Phoros, he said curtly. He is a master manipulator. He will do anything and everything to gain your trust.
Corveil coughed a poor approximation of a chuckle. I don't trust him. But why should I trust you? 1, you're nothing but another sick trick my mind is playing on me. And 2, you've been dead for nearly 300 years. What would you know about Lucian? Or are you just suggesting that his bloodline is inherently evil? He sneered. Rook's face was cold and still as stone.
Phoros never had children. That is no bloodline. It's just him. It's only ever been just him.
Of course, Corveil didn't believe this. Living for that long was impossible. Not to mention, he was thoroughly convinced all of this was in his head. So why would he trust it?
Also, I only died 100 years ago. Thank you very much. The arts are capable of many things, least of all prolonging one's life.
Sure, Corveil said sarcastically.
I know you don't believe me. The devil knows I wouldn't have believed me if I were you. But there are things you need to learn. Things I can prove to you. Things about Lucian, things about this school, about our art. You want the truth, yes? I can give it to you. Concrete and indisputable. I have records, documents, and research. and I can tell you where to find it.
Corveil's interest was hesitantly piqued.
There's a vault in the basement of the lair. Only the head of house would know of it. Myself and Elsbeth discovered things not even Foros knows. Don't take my word for it. Go, see for yourself. Please.
Corveil thought for a second. Of course, his natural inclination was to ignore this apparition as just that. But if it could actually back up this claim of a vault with hidden knowledge, then that would mean it was real. That maybe all of this.
Where is this vault?
Corveil asked quickly before he could let his mind come to any kind of conclusion.
Inside of the head of house's office, there's a large frosted window at the back. Step through it. Return to me once I have proven myself. Then we shall talk more. Remember, the ship is the key, and do not trust Foros. Do not trust the founders.
Corveil slowly stood up from his seat, which returned to its previously foggy state, and walked back to the lamp and returned to the world he knew, and the horrors that awaited him there. Corveil was eventually able to succumb to the haunted embrace of sleep after battling his demons for eternity, only to be immediately awoken by a banging on his window. He rose out of his bed with a groan and checked his clock. It was only 9:45 p.m., but he was exhausted. Shell shock and insane delusions of long-dead men in a foggy world had that effect on people. He pulled a white tank top over his head and stumbled towards the window on the other side of his small bedroom. Unsurprisingly, he saw Keen perched like a bird on the narrow slanted roof through the glass after having climbed a nearby tree to reach it. She had done this before, but usually to annoy him in the mornings, never this late into the night. He opened the window and Keen jumped in without a word. "What are you doing?" he asked, still groggy. She paced back and forth between his bed and his small writing desk for several moments. "Cynthia's gone," she said after completing her 5th pacing lap. "What do you mean she's gone?" he asked, mildly concerned. Keen continued to pace. Corveil reached out his hand and gently grabbed her shoulder as she passed by again. "Keen, talk to me." "I told you that she asked to meet me tonight. I reluctantly went to meet her, but she didn't show. I went to Jagger's nest to see if she was there, but Miss Jagger claimed to have not seen her since noon. I asked around with her housemates, and they said the same. I asked Titus and Hannah, and they hadn't seen her either." The realization of possibility washed over Corveil, and all exhaustion he had felt earlier evaporated in an instant. "Do you think that she disappeared like the others?" "I don't know, Corveil, but she's..." She hesitated. "She's one of us. We can't just sit around and do nothing." She was right, of course. They had to do something. Anxiety welled up inside of him. "Where are Titus and Hannah?" "They're at the dray. Titus was working on his board in a frenzy when I left." Corveil reached for the coat slung over his desk chair and threw it over his shoulders. "Come on, let's go help," he said before leading her out into the hall. Rook's lair was eerily quiet, and they passed through the floors unseen. Corveil thought it odd that not even Rupert was around as they moved through the foyer and outside. The world itself seemed to stand still as the moon in the night sky. When they entered the dray, the whole common room was alight with movement, far more movement than Corveil would have expected at this hour. Titus was frantically scrawling on his blackboard and mumbling to himself in a strange voice that Corveil couldn't quite understand, while Hannah was talking to a group of other students who had gathered around her and giving orders. After listening to her, several students would break away quickly and begin sifting through stacks of paper or talking to other groups waiting around. It felt like a full-fledged military operation. He quickly approached Titus with Keen close on his heels. "What can I do?" he called out to Titus while he was still a few paces away.
Titus turned quickly and met Corveil's eyes with his own, which were foggy and glazed. He blinked a few times as if waking from a trance.
I see a pattern,
he said quickly before turning back to his board. Keen gripped Corveil on the shoulder, then turned and went to the crowd gathered around Hannah.
Each girl was taken on a Thursday, during certain stages of the moon's movements and phases. I thought the correlation was a coincidence, but this completes the cycle,
Titus said, continuing to make notes.
Which means what, exactly?
Corveil asked, surveying his writings. The top of the board was covered with the girls' names, birth dates, hometowns, and every other piece of information that could be gathered. The bottom tracked the last days each girl was seen and matched them to the moon's phases. The correlation still seemed like a stretch to him, but it was the only lead they had. Hannah jogged over, having given the last of her orders.
Which means it's ritualistic, most likely sacrificial. Many Eastern religions hold the cycles of the moon with ritual significance.
Corveil took a second to tether his thoughts.
You think someone is performing human sacrifice?
He asked in disbelief.
Stranger things have happened here,
she said. Corveil decided to ignore the implications of that comment for now.
Ritual sacrifices like this aren't just murders. It's twisted artwork. It's a display, something that needs ceremony, generally in a sacred place or on an altar,
Titus said. Keen joined the group, a stack of papers in her arms.
I doubt that this abductor would have gone through the effort of bringing her off campus, but if it was on campus, you would think someone would have discovered it by now.
She cut in. Hannah looked deep in thought.
So it's most likely on campus, but somewhere no one else would go or see. Like some kind of secret room or lair?
She asked no one in particular.
Lair,
Corveil said under his breath.
Rook's lair.
The group paused and all looked at him. He felt their eyes boring into him.
Rook's vault.
Keen's eyes shot wide. How do you know about Rook's vault? She asked.
How do you know about Rook's vault?
He retorted. The confirmation of the vault's existence was a shock unto itself to Corveil, because that would mean the apparition he had seen was really Oliver Rook, and that all of this... He would deal with that later. Right now, they needed to find Cynthia.
I think I know where it is, he said.
Then what are we waiting for? Keen asked, dumping her stack of papers on a nearby desk. She looked like she was about to bolt. Corveil reached out and put his hand on her shoulder.
If we're gonna do this, we need backup. Can you find Lucien?
He asked her. We don't need Lucien, she said adamantly.
Keen, you know this place better than anyone, and you know Lucien personally. You have the best chance of talking to him. We need all the help we can get. Please.
She sighed deeply, then reluctantly nodded.
When you get back, there's a window in Rupert's office. Step through it.
She shot him an odd glance, but then nodded and hurried off to find Lucien. He turned to Hannah and Titus, who were both watching him curiously.
Are you ready?
He asked, and they both nodded firmly. The three of them walked through the cool night, the moon shining brightly overhead. The world was eerily quiet save for the howling wind. They approached the imposing structure of Rook's lair, where Corveil had fought to gain sleep just minutes before, and entered into the foyer. All was quiet, and Rupert's desk sat empty. Corveil cautiously led the group into Rupert's office and past his desk, down a narrow corridor that presumably led to the head of house's living area. Within a small alcove in the narrow hall sat a tall, steepled window. Its glass was frosted over, reflecting the pale moonlight beyond. He peered at the strange window from various angles, noting the parallax of the light and searching for anything out of the ordinary. He placed his ear against the cool glass and heard the night's wind flowing beyond. It was just a normal window. He thought back to his encounter with Rook.
Step through the frosted window,
he repeated from memory. He still didn't believe any of this was real. But Cynthia was in danger, and he was not going to let his pride and disbelief get in the way of helping her if there was any chance of this working.
It has to be some kind of door,
he added, peering around the frame, looking for a latch or a hinge. Hannah stepped forward and held up her ringed right hand. It reflected the moonlight shining through the window in a bright glow.
Or maybe you're overthinking it,
she said. The entire structure of the window began to glimmer and glow as if reacting to her ring. She took a deep breath and then literally stepped through the solid window and vanished from sight. Both he and Titus were taken aback in surprise. Their eyes met in disbelief. He didn't understand what was going on, but he couldn't worry about that now. His mind would have to wait to try and justify what was going on until after Cynthia was safe. He pulled his wooden pen with a copper cap out of his shirt pocket and placed it on the ground facing the window to help Keen and Lucian find them. Then, with a deep breath, he too stepped headfirst through the solid window. For a second, he thought that the world had disappeared like it did when he had entered Rook's mind. But then the dim glow of Hannah's ring in front of and below him helped him realize that he was simply in pitch darkness. Titus slammed into his back, and he lurched forward into Hannah. "Watch it!" she hissed in a whisper. Corveil and Titus apologized in chorus. Hannah whispered something under her breath, and her hand ignited in flame like Keen's had before. However, the flames emitting from Hannah's hand were blue and comparatively dim. The lapping flames still illuminated the narrow stone stairway that descended down into an infinite darkness. He blinked against the harsh light, and Titus covered his eyes with his hand. They walked down the steep steps in silence, with Hannah leading the way. After several moments, Corveil spotted a dim light in the depths, like a torch's light bouncing around a corner. He tapped Hannah's shoulder and pointed. She nodded and extinguished the flames bursting from her hand. They drew closer to the light and reached the bottom of the stairway and were met with a wall and a hallway leading to the left. Torches hung from wall sconces and illuminated the stone passageway. The hallway opened at its end 20 feet from them into a much larger room, and he thought he could hear a low chanting over the sounds of torch flame. As they crept towards the opening, the chanting got louder, and Corveil could just start to make out the syllables, though he couldn't understand the words they made up. It was an ominous sound that sent shivers throughout his whole body. They hesitated at the entry and stared down into the stone vault below. The large room looked like an inverted stepped pyramid descending nearly 100 feet down, with a mirrored structure acting as its ceiling. Various doors and passageways were cut into the tiered walls, and stairs ran down from the center of each of the four sides. Massive stone pillars formed a circle halfway down. At the center of the room and at the lowest point was a flattened area several yards across where a stone altar sat. 4 robed and hooded figures stood swaying around the altar, and Corveil could just make out a fluffy mop of bright orange hair laid out on the stone slab. It was Cynthia. Was she alive? He couldn't tell from here, but she was there, and that fact alone seemed to lift a weight off his shoulders. A heavy hand laid on Corveil's shoulder, and he started back. He spun on his heel to see Lucian and Keen. Lucian motioned for him to be quiet. He glanced around at the party they had assembled, then slowly removed the ring, which was still on his right hand. He raised it to his lips and whispered something to it before handing it to Keen, nodding to her. She nodded back. Then he said in a hushed tone, "I think it would be best for me to try and speak with them before we do anything rash. Our focus must be protecting Miss Pride. Hannah and Keen, circle around the side and prepare a blasting spell. I would prefer to keep everyone here alive, so wait for my signal. Corveil and Titus, follow me." The group split up, following Lucien's command. Lucien straightened his coat, stood up straight, and then walked down the stairway towards the altar. Corveil's journal.
I don't know what's going on in my life anymore. Everything is falling apart. Who would have thought that coming to this strange place would completely dismantle my entire worldview? It's like everything up till this point was a whole different life. The logical side of my brain is screaming at me, but it's becoming harder and harder to ignore the strange things happening here. How much longer will I be able to rationalize everything away as smoke and mirrors? Between these displays of art and my visions of Oliver Rook, I keep thinking to myself that this is all just a dream, that I'll close my eyes and wake up back before the war, before my wounds, before this strange island. But then I open my eyes, and it's all still here. Another part of me wonders if I'm still laying in some hospital bed, making all of this up in my mind. Maybe I never woke up from my coma in the first place. In some ways, that would be easier to believe than all of this. I want to go back to the way things were, when life was simple. But I've made friends here. I've met people that I care about. Would I sacrifice that just to avoid the pain and confusion that fills my life now? Before Keen, Cynthia, Titus, and Hannah, I would have said yes in an instant. I had nothing to lose. My country had forgotten me, my prospects cast me away, and my family. I now wonder if my family ever even loved me. I want to believe that they did, but I can't justify the way they've abandoned me. The only reason I didn't end it all was my guilt. How selfish would I have to be to survive all that I had when so many others didn't, and just throw it all away? My friends here, they gave me a better reason. Cynthia is so pure and real and kind, and despite suffering the loss of her brother. Keen is fearless and smart, and has shown a strength I've rarely seen from anyone to live through the cruel life her father forced on her. Titus is brilliant and caring and wants nothing more than to help people, despite being treated terribly by some of those same people all of his life. Hannah is strong and capable and a natural leader, not afraid to stand up to anyone who threatens her or her friends. In truth, I hardly know any of them, but I feel like I've known them my whole life. We've built a community of respect and love. Yet up until now, I've thought them all liars and frauds. I don't deserve the kindness that they've shown me. I still don't know if any of this is real. But for the first time, I almost hope that it is. Victor Corveil.
Chapter 9. Lucien passed through the pillars, Corveil and Titus close behind him. The four robed figures stopped their chanting one by one as they saw the group enter the inner circle. One of the hooded members stepped forward between the others and confronted Lucien with his hand raised.
"That's far enough, Headmaster," the man said in his distinct Bostonian accent that Corveil couldn't mistake for anyone but the head of his own dorm.
"Hello, Rupert," Lucien said coolly, holding up his hands in surrender. Light glinted off Rupert's seal, which he wore on his left hand in a near-blinding glow.
"I am not wearing my seal. There is no need for hostility. I'm powerless."
The glow lessened, but Rupert kept his hand raised. "We all know that's not true, Professor," a woman's voice said. The three other hooded figures approached behind Rupert. Discovering that Rupert was some kind of cultist making human sacrifices in his own dorm was surprising and disturbing. He yearned to remove the hoods of the other cultists to see who else was involved in this heinous act. a subconscious part of him assumed that under one of those hoods was Howard. After all, now that Corveil thought about it, Howard had confronted Rupert about his Thursday night activities on Corveil's second day there. "I'm sorry you had to see all of this, Mr. Corveil. This really doesn't concern you," Rupert said, removing his hood and revealing his plump face.
"Then you should have picked someone else to sacrifice," he said in defiance, glancing to Cynthia's motionless form. He thought that he could see her chest rise and fall with breath. The other three figures removed their hoods as well, two of which he recognized. Much to Corveil's surprise and relative dismay, Howard was not among their ranks.
"Elizabeth, I'm disappointed in you,"
Lucien said, his words clearly saturated in genuine surprise. "Aw, I'm so sorry," Professor Valley said with sarcasm. "What, you're not disappointed in me?" Rupert said, sounding sincerely offended.
"Evidently not. You've always been very clever, Rupert, but you're also a habitual liar."
I suppose you would be able to recognize that,
the other man said. Corveil recognized him as the scrawny Solomonic Studies professor, Dabin. Titus reached for something in his satchel and began to take a step forward, but Lucien extended his hand to stop him.
"So, do any of you mind telling me what in hell is going on here, before you inevitably murder me and 3 students?"
The 4 cultists exchanged awkward glances with one another before Valley stepped forward to speak. "Quite frankly, you're weak, Lucien. We're tired of sitting around while you lounge in your tower doing nothing. We want power, true power. Instead, we're all stuck watching over children." She looked towards Corveil and Titus with disdain. Corveil would never have imagined that the woman he met on his first day could have been involved in something like this, or that she harbored such disgust for a job she seemed to enjoy. Dabin chimed in after Valley finished.
there are other patrons beside yourself. Ones more powerful, more profitable. Allies you would have us cast aside like they did to you.
A dangerous look crossed Lucien's face.
"You contacted the others?"
He glanced towards Cynthia.
"They do not respond to human sacrifice."
The 4th man, that Corveil didn't recognize, stepped forward and addressed Lucien.
"No, but Molech does, and they respect him, or fear him. We're close. I can feel it. Only a few more now before he heeds our call." "Have you any idea the kind of devastation that Molech would wreak in a place like this?" Corveil could feel the tension building. He was at a loss for words, and he didn't understand anything that was going on. But he knew it was building towards a climax. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Keen getting into position between the pillars at the far side of the inner circle. He assumed Hannah was doing the same, but he dared not look for fear of drawing attention to them. Their plan hinged on the element of surprise. "Devastation? I choose that over the stagnation you breed, Lucien," Valley cut in. "You're weak and a coward, the lesser part of a greater whole. You've worked for so long and have nothing to show for it. You are nothing." Corveil witnessed the next events unfold in slow motion as they happened all at once. He could see rage visibly building across Lucien's face, a look of betrayal, sadness, but mostly unbridled hatred. Despite him not wearing a seal, the 4 cultists noticed this change in his attitude as well, and all raised their seal-adorned left hands in unison, pointing towards Lucien, Titus, and himself. At the same moment, he saw Keen and Hannah lunge out from the pillars, ringed hands raised, chanting incantations. He could not hear the words in the moment, but could only see their mouths moving. The cultists began speaking too, but none of them finished a single word. He looked back at Lucien, his face drained of all color, all emotion. Instead, he saw the stone face
of a man about to kill. A look of hatred that goes beyond emotion or feeling. The kind of hatred that comes from being thrown into a war you didn't want and told to kill the man in front of you. The kind of hatred you needed to force yourself to do something so terrible. The kind of hatred Corveil knew all too well. The air itself seemed to quiver and distort around Keen and Hannah's hands as powerful shockwaves emitted from them. These blasts drew closer to the four insurrectionists, but Corveil noticed a look of pure terror and pain spread across each of their faces and saw the light fade from their eyes in an instant before the waves hit them. Time seemed to resume its normal pace as the bodies of the four culprits were flung into the air by the two blasts and sent crashing into the nearby pillars. Titus, Corveil, Keen, and Hannah all rushed to Cynthia's side, where she laid sprawled on the stone altar. Lucien stood motionless. Titus reached her first and checked for a pulse.
"She is alive,"
he said shortly, then proceeded to rummage around through his duffel and produce a small clear vial, which he held up to her nose. Her eyes shot wide in terror and surprise, and she darted up into a sitting position, frantically looking around her in all directions, taking in the scene. "Baylor's beard!" she shouted. "What just happened? What did I miss?" Corveil, despite himself, lunged forward and pulled Cynthia into a firm hug. Keen joined in moments later, as did Hannah. Titus stood by and fidgeted awkwardly. "As glad as I am to see this outpouring of affection, I would really like to know what the blazes is going on," she said, pushing them all away. Corveil met Keen's eyes as they backed up. She smiled through ragged breaths left over from the encounter. That same honest smile that he had seen for the first time in her room. The smile that let the rest of her facade fade away. He smiled back, then turned to Cynthia as Hannah recalled the night's events. Halfway through the retelling, Corveil looked over to Lucien. He had moved from the spot he had occupied previously and was now standing over Rupert and Professor Valley's motionless forms. Corveil excused himself from the group and approached him. "Are they?" he started to say, but was cut off by Lucien.
"They are dead."
The statement instantly stopped the chatter behind them. An odd silence hung in the air until it was interrupted by the sound of Keen's feet on stone. "What do you mean they are dead?" Titus joined them as well and knelt down by the body of the man Corveil didn't recognize.
"Dead,"
he said in a simple and matter-of-fact tone. Keen stood there in shock. Hannah's reaction was much the same. We didn't mean to," Hannah stammered.
I know,
Lucien said, standing up straight and turning to the girls.
They were each channeling massive amounts of spiritual energy. When your blasts hit, that power had to go somewhere. There's nothing you could have done. They did this to themselves."
He walked past the group and set his hand firmly on Cynthia's shoulder, who was still sitting on the altar. She blushed violently. He turned his head back to the group.
"No one speaks a word of this. To anyone. There are things I must sort out. We will meet back here first thing tomorrow morning to discuss what has transpired here."
He let go of Cynthia's shoulder, causing a look of disappointment to paint her flushed face.
"Corveil, a word, if you please,"
he said as he walked back through the pillars towards the exit stairs. Corveil quickly jogged to catch up. Lucien looked around the massive chamber as if just now taking it in for the first time.
"This place, it's incredible. And to think that not even I knew it was here."
He glanced at Corveil with an intense stare.
"This is your dormitory, and since you no longer have a head of house, can I count on you to make sure no one tampers with anything here? I wish to perform a thorough investigation of my own."
Thoughts of Oliver Rook forced their way into his mind.
"Do not trust Foros. Do not trust the founders."
"Yeah, of course," he said, trying his best to keep his anxiety at bay.
Good. Thank you, Corveil. I'm sure you have lots of questions now, but they too will have to wait. Good night, Victor.
Good night, Headmaster.
Corveil waited until Lucien had fully exited the chamber before breaking into a flat run for the door on the opposite side of the strange pyramidal room. There were several doors and halls cut into the tiers of stone leading to the inner circle of pillars, but he figured the furthest from the entrance was as good a place as any to start. Keen noticed his frantic jog and broke away from the others as Cynthia finally rose to her feet. She caught up with him as he made it to the door inset in the stone. Care to tell me what's going on? He couldn't, could he? She wouldn't understand. Or maybe she would. He wasn't sure which would be worse.
Do not trust the Founders.
Rook's voice still echoed through his mind.
I have to check on something. For the Headmaster. I'll be right back. Go take care of Cynthia. I'm sure she'll appreciate it,
he said with a forced smirk, trying to act as normal as he could. Keen rolled her eyes and walked away without another word. Titus, on the other hand, made direct eye contact with him from across the chamber. There was something off about his eyes. It was like he was staring through him, or someone else was staring out. He nodded to Titus cordially, which caused Titus to blink in rapid succession, like coming out of a daze. He nodded back, before Corveil spun on his heels and pushed through the thick oak door. Everything was so strange. He had just seen 2 girls kill 4 adults with magic. 4 adults who were about to sacrifice his friend to some dark god named Moloch. He had walked through a magical illusory window to discover this place under the direction of a man who should have been long dead. Nothing made sense. But he couldn't try to rationalize all of that just yet. He still had a job to do. The room was dark. He stepped back into the main chamber and lifted a torch from a nearby sconce, then carried it into the dark room. Books. Rows upon rows of books and scrolls and loose paper shoved into cramped and unorganized shelves. The floor itself was littered with pages and stacks. He made intentional care not to let the flame of the torch anywhere near the impending fire hazard. The room itself wasn't especially large, but it was crammed floor to ceiling with books upon books upon books. He would never be able to find anything in this mess. It would take him weeks, if not months, to sort through everything. "Come on, Rook," he whispered to himself. From what little he knew of Oliver Rook, he was not the type of person to leave his research in such disarray. That seemed to be more of Elsbeth's style. But Rook was a military man, trained, disciplined. Even the strange mental world he had brought Corveil to was pristine and well organized. Not to mention the spotless and organized nature of the lair itself. Either someone had severely disrespected Oliver's work and left it in such a state, or... Another fact that he had learned about Oliver Rook is that he didn't trust anyone. Why would he keep his most valuable and prized research in a place like this? Even if it was in a super-secret subterranean vault, surely others in his time at least knew of its existence. Even Keen knew of it, though she didn't know where it was. No, his research, at least his true research, would not be where it was expected to be. A glint of metal on the far end of the room caught his eye. He slowly made his way through the cluttered library, stepping over stacks and through piles of paper. He held up his torch to reveal a gas lamp, exactly like the one in his own room. He carefully gripped the torch under his right armpit and reached out and touched the lamp with his left hand. Nothing happened.
"The ship is the key,"
he remembered Rook saying in their last encounter.
The ship.
The ship. He knew from the various histories of the school that he had heard that Oliver Rook was the captain of a ship for a time, if only in title, but he didn't recall anything about the vessel.
He searched around the room and quickly found a dusty and aged painting of a large frigate tearing through stormy gales and crashing waves. He held the torch close and could just barely make out the words, Lady Vigilance, on the side of the hull. He felt around to see if there was anything significant about the painting, but it seemed ordinary. He returned to the lamp, once again placed his hand on it, and said, Lady Vigilance, aloud, and the world fell away. The strange, foggy landscape appeared around him once again, but it was different this time. It was on the deck of a ship. The edge of the ship frayed and faded into the rolling fog of the sea. He could see through the hazy planks to the deck below him. In front of him, Oliver Rook stood at the helm, solid and tall. I only captained the ship for 3 weeks, on a return voyage after a failed mutiny that left me the highest-ranking officer alive. Oliver turned to look at Corveil. The helm faded to fog as his hands released it. And I was only that because I was noble-born. I ran away from title, responsibility. I tricked the poor captain into thinking my father would pay him for taking me aboard. It was the hardest 2 years of my life. But the cold of the sea never quite left. He paced back and forth across the deck, inspecting various ropes and rigging. I returned to land a hero. I never captained my own ship again after that. But the name stuck. Captain Rook. I was forced by my family to play into my heroics and become a constable. That's where I first encountered the Coven. Got roped into all of this mess. His hand slid down a length of rope that materialized as he touched it, but frayed into oblivion as his hand passed over. I only ever wanted to protect people, protect them from him, but I got seduced by all of the knowledge and power. He chuckled to himself. Elizabeth's frantic genius was intoxicating. I got caught up in all of it. We discovered things for him, things you couldn't imagine, things... It doesn't matter. Corveil cut into the captain's monologue. I don't intend to make the same mistake. A dangerous smile crept onto Rook's face. No one ever does. His eyes fell in ponderment. The artist's tongue was never completed. We were close, very close. We had always hid small things from Foros to prevent him from becoming too powerful. But this was too big. Too big to share, too big to hide. Elizabeth had made a breakthrough. True Kabbalah, she called it. I was overseas at the time. I headed back as soon as I could. She was dead when I returned. An expression of pure pain overcame his usual stoic face, and he turned away. She was more than just my research partner. She was my best friend. I knew Foros did it. I didn't know how, I didn't know why, but I knew. I drove myself mad trying to figure out what he had learned, to assimilate all the knowledge I possibly could, so I could destroy him. Obviously, I failed. He snapped his head back around and weighed Corveil. You cannot fail. Corveil scoffed. What do you expect me to do? Shoot him? Destroy him. Fight fire with fire. Use the arts against him. I barely even believe in them. Then believe, boy, because it's real. It's all real. And it will burn this world to the ground unless people like us stop it. Corveil shrank back from the man. Images of sergeants screaming at him to fall in line and follow orders tried to force their way into his mind, but were rebuffed by some alien presence, like some kind of physical wall. How? My research has all the information you'll need. You must bind a seal, but you cannot bind it to him or anyone else who is bound to him. Corveil still didn't fully understand the binding process, but he did know that it had something to do with binding the 7 basic elements of their art to a patron. Traditionally, the patrons were angels or demons, but these patrons were generational by proxy, in that if you bound to a person, for instance Oliver Rook, you would by association be binding Oliver Rook's patron as well. He also learned that most students were encouraged to bind to one of their professors, one of the founders, or the headmaster himself, as it was safer than binding to a spiritual entity directly. If Lucian was truly some immortal Dark Lord as Rook claimed, then nearly everyone not bound directly would be indirectly bound to him, Oliver Rook included. Binding yourself to someone gives them power over you. They will feed on your soul as much as you feed on their power. But you'll learn all about this in my research. He turned from Corveil and motioned to the world around him. This scene is just a passphrase of sorts, to make sure only people I allow can access the true vault. When you leave my mind, a small door will open. Inside you'll find a leather-bound book, the contents of which is the accumulated knowledge of Elsbeth and myself. The book is bigger than it looks. He stepped to the helm and placed his hands on it once again, feeling it reverently, like picking up a toy from childhood that was thought lost. Now go. I'm sure we'll speak again soon. Then without warning, the world fell away again, and he was back in the cramped library. Rook's True Vault, written by Oliver Rook with meticulously spaced lettering. Catalogued entry 4414, The Binding of Yod. Within the artist's tongue, a single character has been omitted. The reason for this omission is unknown, but our Lord has been quite insistent. The character is the Hebrew letter Yod, which represents the number 10. Yod is the smallest character in the Hebrew lexicon and is often overlooked for this reason. However, it is also considered one of the most powerful and Kabbalistic beliefs, as it represents the name of the Abrahamic deity. It is Elsbeth's belief that this character is a key factor in understanding and unlocking true Kabbalah, and yet it is one that our Lord refuses to acknowledge or allow. Through extensive testing and soul probing, she had discovered, and I later confirmed, 3 words of power associated with this character. Yod itself is the primary symbol, but also a word of power in and of itself. The second word, devised from scrying and soul-searching, using the Enochian Great Table, is Yeshva. This phrase, when created with the artist's tongue, carries considerable power that is not yet fully understood. The final word discovered by Elsbeth before her death was Yahweh. This phrase has a deep spiritual connection, but there is some form of soul blocker preventing intercession. It was Elsbeth's belief that not only can these words be called upon for power, but they could actually be bound in place of a patron. According to her research, Yod corresponds directly to spirit, and thus can be bound in spirit in the place of a traditional patron. Likewise, Yeshva with body, and Yahweh with soul or mind. Trinary binding has been possible ever since the art's inception, but binding one entity is dangerous enough. Attempting to bind 3 for the 3 parts of being has almost always been met with disastrous results. Yod case studies. Case 1. Student, 19, female, offered themselves for testing and binding Yod. They survived the incident, but never spoke again. Something was irrevocably changed in the subject. They became afraid of eye contact or any form of human interaction. They refused to eat or sleep. They left the island in secret, and despite my scrying, I've been unable to observe them since. Case 2. Student, 20, male, submitted themselves for Yod testing. They were eager, which I took as a good sign. However, they never exited the binding pillars. After further inspection, it was revealed that they disintegrated and turned into a substance similar to ash, but lacking many of its alchemical compounds.
This result was most unexpected. Further testing is required. Case 3. Student, 18, female, was timid and shy and reluctantly agreed to testing. After the binding process, they seemed fine, but within minutes their eyes seemed to be locked open and they began screaming and speaking in incoherent language. I've never felt so much power in one individual before, our Lord included. Unfortunately, they began attacking anyone wearing a seal. 4 students and 6 faculty were killed before I was forced to put the subject down. The event drew far too much attention, and our Lord has become suspicious. I will have to halt testing until this calms down. Catalogued entry 3402. Unbinding souls. After extensive research and experimentation on lesser-bound instruments, Elsbeth and I have concluded the possibility of unbinding souls. She bound her soul willingly to our Lord without knowing his true nature. I bound mine own in an attempt to fight him from the inside. I don't think either of us understood the implications of the bond, nor the strength of one tied to such a powerful patron. We were ignorant back then. It is better to never make a bond than to make one and try to break it. Several artists who we have instructed for testing purposes have met terrible ends. We have yet to uncover a consistent or effective way of unbinding, but the process we've had most success with involved tearing away parts of each bound element from the subject and rebinding them to a simulacrum. Though these attempts seemed to work for periods, the bond always seemed to regrow to the original subject. Unbinding case studies. Case 1. Student, female, 22, wanted to leave Antumbra and the art behind them for moral reasons. They submitted themselves for testing in unbinding. The subject was bound to Imogen Jagger and by proxy, our Lord. During the unbinding process, they were violently torn from the material plane by an unknown demonic force. They tried to scream something as the disturbing act took place, but the communication was unintelligible. Subject has not been seen or heard from since. Case 2. Student, male, 21, was suicidal and offered himself for testing after adequate persuasion. The transference process did not go as planned, and much more of his mind was bound to the simulacrum than originally anticipated. The result was promising to our study. Though the subject's body and spirit seemed to have been destroyed beyond repair in the process, their mind was able to exist independently from their physical form within the simulacrum. However, the simulacrum itself was poorly made and deteriorated over several years. Though the complete separation of mind from body was a fascinating discovery, it did not remove the bond from the subject's patron. Oliver Rook.
Chapter 10. Corveil didn't sleep. He stayed in Rook's vault all night, poring over the finely detailed and annotated records and notes. His eyes burned and his head throbbed from exhaustion. The information therein was incredible. Since last night, he had finally come to terms with the fact that their magical art was very much real. And since, he's had a never-ending flood of knowledge about said art. The concepts and discoveries Captain Rook and Lady Vereen had made were astounding. Half of the things included in the vault were incomprehensible to him, while the other half was so full of fascinating and impossible concepts. If Corveil did decide to bind his own seal, the contents of this book could very well make him one of the most powerful artists to ever live. Perhaps even more powerful than Lucien himself. Of course, that would be if he could actually figure any of this out. The spells and incantations included, as nearly all spells in their art, were purely theoretical, in that each artist that wants to practice it for themselves has to discover it for themselves based on the principles and philosophies described. The art is not as simple as say these words and magic happens. The magus must actually fully understand the spell that they intend to cast. This process is deeply personal to the artist and would vary drastically from one to another. Corveil still didn't know who he could trust. Lucien had never been anything but kind to him, but the things Rook had said about him and the accounts detailed in his vault were hard to ignore. But Rook also said not to trust anyone from the founding families. That would include Keen. Surely there was no real reason for him to distrust her. Even if her family was the result of following Lucien and selling their souls to who knows what, she was just a product of her environment, an environment that she had been actively fighting against her whole life. He couldn't keep this a secret from her, could he? The echo of feet on stone brought him out of his thoughts, and the weight of his exhaustion once again piled atop him. He closed the impossibly small book and tucked it in the pocket of his coat and walked out of the library and into the large chamber of the vault. The torches surrounding the room hadn't burned down at all. Corveil concluded that they must contain some form of magic. It was humorous to him how quickly his brain jumped from trying to rationalize everything to now just assuming magical involvement as logical and a probable explanation. Lucien was right about Occam's razor, after all, it seemed. He descended down to the inner circle of pillars in the center of the pyramidal room, where the stone altar sat, and the 4 corpses of former professors still lay. He vaguely remembered the group moving the bodies into a pile and Titus performing some form of rites over them before they all left for the night. Keen and Cynthia had both tried to talk to him, but he hardly remembered what they had said, nor his own response. Discovering the secrets that this vault held had become an all-consuming fixation that took precedence over anything else, because he knew that it may be the only chance he had to do so. In hindsight, he did feel like a bad friend because of that choice. Cynthia had just been through an extremely traumatic experience, even if she didn't remember it. And Keen and Hannah had just killed 4 people. That's not the kind of thing you just walk away from. He hoped that they would not be too upset about it. The echoing sound of feet materialized into Keen's slim form, emerging from the side of the tiered wall on the far end of the chamber. She walked lazily down the steps, her hands in her trouser pockets and eyes on the floor. Corveil walked to the stone altar and sat atop it. The thought of how many people had been potentially killed on this altar briefly crossed his mind, but the thought of death always brought him back to the war, and he didn't want to think about that right now, so he quickly pushed it down. Keen approached and sat down next to him without a word. Eventually, she broke the silence. "We killed someone. 4 someones." She spoke in a low and hallowed tone.
"I know," he replied. "I know what that feels like. Like a part of your soul is taken from you."
Memories of the men he killed boiled up from within him, threatening to take control. He squeezed his eyes shut and forced the memories back down.
"It's like the whole world has turned a shade darker and less vibrant, and gnawing on the inside, eating away at you."
Much to Corveil's surprise, Keen scoffed at this notion. "That's just it. I don't feel any of that. I don't feel anything at all." She turned her eyes up to him earnestly. "It seems so distant, as if it had happened to someone else entirely. I should feel something, shouldn't I?" she asked. He thought for a moment. What he wouldn't give to be able to ignore his feelings, his memories, his hatred for the things he had done.
"You killed to protect someone. I killed because someone told me to. Perhaps there's a difference."
He pondered aloud. "Perhaps," she said. Then she chuckled softly. "Or perhaps I'm even more messed up than you." She elbowed him in the arm, and he tried to smile back. It was hard. Was she more messed up than him? He found that hard to believe. More realistically, She was just stronger than him. Maybe everyone else was. Perhaps he was just weak. That's why everything had affected him as it had. Others who had returned from the war after going through what he had were paraded and celebrated. They acted as if nothing had happened. But he couldn't. He wished he could more than anything. But in the end, he was too weak. Another form emerged from the doorway up the tiered wall. It was Cynthia. She smiled softly when she saw the two of them, and then quickly walked down the steps. "You look terrible," she said to him as she drew near. "Thanks. You too," he said with a smirk, trying to force down the thoughts he had been battling moments before. She smiled back. "I actually think I look pretty good for almost being sacrificed to Moloch," she said, plopping down next to Keen and blushing slightly. They all chuckled. "I'm sorry," he whispered after a moment. "For what?" Cynthia asked. "For not being around after everything happened last night. I should have talked with you, tried to help you through things." Keen and Cynthia both looked at each other before Keen spoke. "Lucien asked you to do something. We know you wouldn't have done it if it wasn't important. Besides, we all had each other." Cynthia blushed again. Keen rolled her eyes. "All right, Cynthia, we need to have a talk." Shock painted Cynthia's face, and she glanced anxiously between Keen and Corveil. "In front of him?" she asked coyly. Corveil let out a laugh and fell back to lay flat on the stone altar. "Look, I understand you like me, or whatever." Corveil had never heard Keen speak so rigid and awkwardly. "There are things you don't know about me." "But I would like to get to know you better," Cynthia cut in. Corveil began to laugh again involuntarily. Keen promptly punched him in the gut. He rolled over and groaned as the wind momentarily left his lungs. "There are things you need to know about me," Keen continued. "First and foremost, I am a girl." Cynthia sat there in stunned silence for several moments, not daring to blink or breathe. Then, out of nowhere, she burst out into a hearty laugh and fell back on the stone altar as well. Corveil happily joined her, glad that the awkwardness was mostly past, at least for the two of them. "You're a girl?" she exclaimed through wheezes. "That explains so much. No wonder you were always so awkward around people." Rage crawled over Keen's face. Keen stammered. Corveil grabbed her arm and pulled her down onto the altar as well. Her rage abated, and after a few moments, she too joined in laughing. Their brief respite of revelry was cut short by more sounds of feet entering the chamber. Lucien, Hannah, and Titus all entered the chamber and descended down to the inner circle. Corveil, Keen, and Cynthia all sat up in turn and stood as the newcomers approached.
"Thank you all for coming," Lucien said as he passed through the pillars. "I know last night was hard for some of you, but if there is anything you need, please feel free to come to me."
Hannah glanced over to the pile of corpses nearby, a look of regret in her eye.
"I will deal with the bodies after we're finished here. Please do not dwell on them."
He looked to each of the students in turn, pausing on each of them as if weighing them.
"Last night you all experienced one of the darker aspects of our art. With its nature, and when artists are left unchecked, the desire for power can become intoxicating. What happened here was my failure as the headmaster of the school, and as their patron. Each and every one of you handled yourselves admirably and heroically. If it was not for you, our dear Cynthia would not be standing here now. And who knows how many more students would have fallen prey to these fiends. You have all shown rare courage and initiative that has saved lives and brought justice to lives lost. as a display of gratitude on behalf of the school and as a show of the faith and trust that I have in each and every one of you, I have decided to allow all of you to perform the binding rite at the end of this semester." The group gasped in unison. Generally, students weren't allowed to bind seals until the start of their third year. Hannah was a rare exception, binding hers only after the second. After the initial shock wore off, Cynthia smiled brightly with excitement. "I also realize that many of your professors that would be teaching you how to bind seals and then how to use them afterwards are currently indisposed," he said, glancing to the pile of bodies. "And so, until a time as we find replacements for those professors, I shall be personally handling your training for the rest of the semester leading up to the binding rite." Cynthia's already exuberant smile got even brighter and wider, reacting to her joy at being personally trained by her hero and god. Despite herself, Keen also smiled, along with Hannah. Corveil and Titus remained stoic, though Corveil assumed for different reasons. Lucien looked up and around the room once again and breathed in deeply. "Now, if you'll all excuse me, I need to handle a few things. Feel free to have the rest of the day off to decompress. We will begin lessons tomorrow. Hannah, you are more than welcome to attend as well, but do not do so at the neglect of your other studies."
"Yes, Professor," she said. The group slowly began to make their exodus from the chamber, leaving Lucien behind. Rook's true vault burned like molten iron in Corveil's jacket pocket. He looked back at Lucien cautiously, hoping beyond hope that he wouldn't notice it bulging out from his coat.
"Corveil, a word, please,"
he said right before Corveil exited the inner ring of pillars. He stopped in his tracks and closed his eyes. Should he run for it? Try and escape with Rook's research so that it wouldn't fall into Lucien's hands? Surely he wouldn't be able to escape Lucien's magic, even if he could outrun him, which even that was unlikely with his own injuries. He breathed deeply and slowly turned around to face Lucien. Lucien approached him at a painfully slow pace, placing one foot solidly in front of the other. He needed to get out. A knowing look possessed Lucien's eyes, and Corveil almost thought he saw a smirk on his lips. Lucien was only a step away from him now. Corveil's whole body was shaking.
"I trust nothing unusual happened last night after I left?"
he asked. "No, sir," Corveil responded, breathing hard. Lucien began to raise his seal-adorned left hand. Corveil's heart skipped a beat. This was it. He must have already known he had the book. Rook was right. He was going to kill him and take it. It was all over.
"Thank you, Victor,"
he said, holding out his hand. Corveil stared at it for longer than a moment.
"I know this hasn't been easy for you. You've seen enough death for 1,000 lifetimes. But I thank you for all that you've done."
He blinked, then quickly reached forward and shook the headmaster's hand. "I just want to help people," he said. Lucien smiled.
"You remind me more and more of Oliver every day."
He released his hand and turned back to the pile of bodies. Any time Lucien had referred to Rook in the past, he always made it sound as if he only knew Rook through his reputation or from history. But this time sounded like he actually knew him. Did he just confirm all of Rook's wild claims about him being immortal?
"That will be all, Corveil."
"Yes, Headmaster," Corveil said, and then spun on his heels, gripping the book against his chest, and hurried out of the vault. The next day, they met in a classroom near Lucien's office, high up in Leviathan Hall. Cynthia looked eager and excited. Corveil was hesitant, but very curious. Hearing lectures and reading Rook's words about binding and their art were one thing, but to be personally trained by the alleged founder of that art was a whole different story. despite the possibility of him being some evil Dark Lord, according to Rook.
As I'm sure all of you know by now, our art is a complex and multifaceted system. However, at its most basic form, it is the act of channeling spiritual energy into the physical world through a focus, such as a seal. Spiritual energy can influence our world in many ways, but for the sake of understanding, we have broken down its influence into 7 basic elements of which we can manipulate. These 7 elements are broken up into 2 main categories for cataloging, but 3 categories for the binding process, which we will get to later. The first category is the physical elements: earth, fire, water, and air. These elements make up the material world as we know it. Then we have the element of being, mind or soul, body, and spirit. These elements make up the human being. When you bind a seal, you are binding the 7 physical elements into your seal: earth in the metal, fire in the forge, air in the bellows, and water to quench it. Then you must bind this seal along with the elements of being to a patron. Corveil cut into the lecture with questions he gained from his study of Rook's True Vault, mainly the binding of multiple entities to the different aspects of being.
Is it possible to bind the different elements of being to separate patrons?
He asked. Lucien weighed him with a curious stare.
Yes, it is possible, but it is also ill-advised. In the same way that you can technically bind multiple seals, but the more patrons who have access to your being, the less control you have over it yourself. Many artists have died or been driven mad by such pursuits. It is possible, but not safe.
And what patron are you bound to?
Corveil cut in again without thinking. Cynthia glanced at him angrily at his interruption. Lucien smiled warmly.
Much like the artist's tongue itself and the spells we create, the patron an artist binds to is a deeply personal affair. You will be hard-pressed to find any seasoned artist willing to talk about such things.
Lucien glanced around the room.
Are there any other questions before I continue?
He asked, his eyes resting on Corveil. He didn't seem angry. He had always welcomed questions and conversation, though he did seem slightly annoyed at the interruption.
After binding is complete, you will be able to use an Enochian Great Table to uncover and bind spells to your seal. The true power of a spell comes from understanding the spell, the intention behind it, and the elements that make it. The same spell can have different incantations and effects between different artists, but can accomplish much the same thing. For instance, the blasts Miss Hannah and Mr. Keene used last night. The effect was the same, the elements were the same, but their incantations and their understanding of those spells were very different. It is based on one's understanding and intention of the spell more than the specific spell itself. As you get more proficient, you will not even need to use incantations, as you will know the spell and understand it perfectly within yourself. This is why we do not teach spells, but principles, philosophy, and understanding. The artist's tongue is called such because it is not just one language, but the culmination of many. Spells you may develop could be in Hebrew, Latin, Arabic, Greek, Mandarin, and even English, though rarely. All art is subjective. Ours is no different. Over the next few weeks, we will dive in depth into the philosophy of crafting your seal and creating spells, as well as giving you a baseline understanding of the most common languages that these spells appear in. The next few weeks were filled with frantic study. Corveil pored over the words of Rook and Elsbeth, trying to grasp the concepts that even they barely understood. These fits of obsessive learning were broken up by training under Lucien. He was a wellspring of knowledge, as Corveil should have expected.
Without intending it or talking about it, he felt himself switch from solely investigating the school to actively studying and participating in it, though his motives were still the same. He believed that something was intrinsically off about this place, and if what Rook said was true, then he needed to do something. He still wanted to get to the bottom of all of this, but this power. He would be at a distinct disadvantage if he didn't use it as leverage himself. He had to understand. He would understand. The realization of the legitimacy of their art was an earth-shattering event for him. If this magic was real, then what did his little investigation matter? The original basis for his skepticism was now unfounded, but it had been replaced by something maybe even darker. The end of the semester came faster than he had anticipated. He had learned so much in the past weeks, though he was still unable to practice the art with the unbound rings. Lucian assured him, and Titus, who was having the same issue, that it would become significantly easier after binding their own rings. He had studied Rook's vault extensively, and was drawn to something that Rook and Elsbeth called Yod, as an alternative to binding traditional entities. According to Rook, it was the thing that Elsbeth discovered just before her death, and according to Rook, it was why she had been killed in the first place. Though previous tests with the technique had ended badly, most of those tests had been carried out before all three words were discovered, and each test was carried out only binding one aspect. After thoroughly examining their research, he believed it was the best option, and at the end of the day, if it killed him, then none of this would matter anymore. The day finally came to perform the rites of binding. A distinct cloud of excitement and fear hung in the air. Cynthia was brimming with energy. Keen was reserved, but had a knowing and confident look in her eye. Titus seemed less sure. Half of the time he looked completely unaware of what was going on around him, as if he had just woke up in the middle of the situation with no prior knowledge. But the other half, he was eager with an almost devious look in his eye. Corveil himself wasn't sure how to feel. His whole time here had been building up to this moment, whether he had known it or not. He knew he had more reason than anyone to be afraid, as he was about to attempt something no one else had ever done before. He wasn't afraid of death. He had faced death before, and surviving was the hard part, not dying. He just felt that he was so far out of his depth and field. What if he did something wrong and hurt the people he cared about? He was committed now, and he wouldn't turn back. But the fear would not go away. Lucian led the four of them along with the rest of the students who would be binding seals through the bowels of Leviathan Hall into a section where they had never been before. There were about 30 of them in all. The anticipation in the air was palpable. The hallway, which Corveil had figured was nearly under the main auditorium, ended abruptly and opened into a wide chamber that seemingly went on forever in every direction. The 8-foot ceiling and floor was of polished black marble with white lines snaking throughout. There were pillars connecting the two together every 10 feet or so, giving the massive chamber an otherwise claustrophobic feel. The distance was pitch black so that he couldn't see the end walls, in front or to the sides. There were no sources of light in the chamber, but it was illuminated in an eerie glow. Lucian stepped into the room and motioned for the students to do the same.
The next steps you take will be the most important steps of your life. They should not be taken lightly.
He turned around and motioned to the sprawling room behind him.
Between these pillars, you will find the means required to craft and bind your seals. There will be no one to guide you, no one to help you, but you will know what to do. Trust yourself, and you will find the way. You may begin when you are ready.
He stepped to the side and motioned for the gathered crowd of students to enter the strange pillared forest. One by one, each of the students disappeared between the pillars. Corveil and his friends all looked to each other for reassurance, but then they too entered the pillars, leaving Corveil standing alone with Lucien.
Having second thoughts?
Lucien asked him sincerely. He met Lucien's eyes, took a deep breath, and then stepped into the pillars. It only took a few steps before he was completely lost. The door he had entered from had been fully consumed by the darkness and the never-ending forest of marble pillars. He knew it had to be magic, but that didn't ease his nerves at all. He kept walking and walking, searching for God knew what. He didn't see any of the other students who had entered before him. Pillar after pillar passed him by as he wandered aimlessly through the strange space. A sense of panic rose up inside of him. He was lost, trapped. Hollow yellow eyes stared at him from the oppressive darkness, from the reflected smooth marble. He was being hunted. His left hand started to shake. He quickened his pace and before long found himself sprinting aimlessly onward. The marble pillars changed to oak, chestnut, and pine trees, and the polished marble beneath his feet became dirt, mud, and ferns. He ran faster, harder. His ghost cried out from beyond the trees, like a feral dog playing with his next meal. He ran faster and faster. He shut his eyes, praying that he wouldn't run into a tree or a German. Then, without noticing it or intentionally approaching it, he found himself standing in front of a forge. 2 tables sat in the middle of an intersection of pillars, with various tools, materials, and molds, while a kiln sat embedded into one of the nearby pillars. His heart rate settled after a moment, and his hand stopped shaking. His ghost was nowhere to be seen now. He knew nothing about casting metal or forging, but somehow, deep down, he knew exactly what to do. He took a deep breath and approached the table, where many different types of metals and materials were spread out for selection. He selected a pile of chunks of pure sterling silver and instinctually removed the perfect amount and placed them in a crucible. He fired up the forge and used a large bellows attached to the side to bring it to roaring life. He placed the crucible in the fire and turned to the other table, where molds and other materials sat. He selected a mold of his size and with a large circular face and set it aside for the metal. Then he turned to the various gemstones, metals, and waxes laid out and set to create for himself a sigil. He had no idea how long it took him to craft his seal. It could have been minutes, hours, or even days. Nor did he know how he knew the steps to take. But he did know. It was almost as if someone else was piloting his body, but not quite, as he still made all the decisions for himself. Perhaps it was more like someone planted all the information he would need in his mind without him even knowing it. He chose a black onyx stone that was already cut to the correct shape for a signet, and began carving into it with the tools spread across the table. He gouged deep grooves in its face, 3 equally spaced lines intersecting in the center and breaking up the face into 3 even sections. In one section, he placed the symbol of Yod that he had discovered in Rook's vault. In another, he etched a small and simplified hexagram, or the Shield of David. And in the last, he carved the letter V. He carved the slot slightly deeper than he needed to, and after pouring the molten silver into the mold, he coated the inside of the etched signet surface with it as well. The mold cooled slowly, and he was eventually able to remove it and inset the signet's face into the space left for it. He then placed the whole ring back into the kiln and removed it once it began to glow red. Then he submerged the entire thing in a bucket of water nearby to quench and temper it. It took him a while to sand and polish it down, until it reflected brilliantly in the light of the still-lit forge. He held the ring reverently, and then walked deeper into the pillars, called onward by some unknown force. His ghost screamed at him in hatred and fear. He shut his eyes and continued on blindly, shutting out the world around him. He found himself standing in front of another table. This one was round, with a large circular disc made of wax inlaid on its surface. The wax was carved with numerous shapes and symbols laid out on a grid, many of which Corveil recognized, but even more he did not. He noticed several sections of the grid missing. These were places where the artist's tongue was incomplete. He had learned that many artists use these spaces when binding spells to their own symbols with personal meaning and intention. The symbol he was about to add, however, was not his own. He carved the shape of an equally segmented Y in one of the blank spaces to symbolize Yod. Though this was an inaccurate symbol, it was how he pictured it in his mind, and for some reason it felt right to him. Then, without understanding why, he placed his seal on the wax table, on the spot that indicated spirit in the artist's tongue, like a question mark with a circle on the wrong end. Then he spelled out the first word of binding with the symbols and letters. Yod, he said aloud as he traced the letters with his finger. He felt a strange presence fill the chamber, as if it had taken the form of the oppressive shadow and darkness surrounding him. His head grew warm like a fire had been lit there. It was a power like he had never felt or imagined before. He removed the ring from spirit and placed it on the symbol that marked body, which was a vertical line capped at the bottom with a hollow circle, the inversion of the artist's symbol for earth. He then traced out his second word of binding, Yeshva. A tingling sensation washed over his body, and he trembled. One more and this would all be over, one way or the other. He placed his seal on the symbol that represented mind or soul. It was a circle with another smaller circle intersecting the bottom of the first. He felt an overwhelming sense of dread as he spelled out the final word of binding. He could sense his ghost watching him with morbid satisfaction, knowing that the blasphemous act he was about to commit would surely end in death. Yahweh. There was no motion around him, no point of reference to show that the world was frozen still. But in that moment he could sense time itself stop in its tracks as its master entered the room. A vicious whirlwind of smoke and fire erupted around him, splintering the table into a million pieces. He was just barely able to hold on to his seal. The wind and fire tore at his flesh, but he was not burnt. That didn't stop the pain, however. A thunderous yet quiet voice tore through the darkness in perfect and terrifying chorus and harmony with itself, barely over a whisper yet hardly lower than the loudest shout. The foundations of the earth itself quaked against the voice.
You dare bind me to remain like some lost spirit.
The impossible sound pierced Corveil's ears. He grasped at his head, begging the pain to go away. He tried to find words, but nothing came out. He had seen the horrors of the war firsthand. He had been tormented by a vengeful ghost. He had seen one of his close friends nearly sacrificed on an altar. But in his entire life, he had never been more afraid than he was at this moment.
Do you think me a dog that can be commanded to and fro? Will you strike the stone in the desert so blatantly? Have you any idea what you have done? What you have tried to do?
The words were a torrent of agony. His head felt as if it would explode. Words finally began to form on his lips, though his mind could not control what was about to come out. Rook said it was the only way. The only way to not be bound to the darkness.
And it will tell you who you would be binding instead.
The being's anger was fierce and burned like a roaring fire that threatened to incinerate Corveil, flesh and bone. No, he croaked. He fell to his knees, bracing against the onslaught.
So you attempted to bind a spirit that you know nothing of. You are a fool among fools, Victor Corveil.
A rage of his own welled up inside of him. He had no right to be angry, of course. This entity, whatever it was right.
He was ignorant and toying in things way outside of his depth. But his temper got the best of him. He was trying to do the right thing, in a world where it was so much easier to look the other way and accept the darkness. "Then tell me who you are," he shouted back at the voice.
I am who I am. Why have you committed such a blasphemous act?
The voice settled down slightly. It was still fierce and terrifying, but the anger faded to something else. A smaller voice from within the infinite chorus seemed to overpower the rest. "It was the only way. There are so many who would use these powers for themselves or to hurt others. I've seen that firsthand. And there's no one to stand against them."
And you would be this person?
The voice asked after a pause. "Yes. This place, this power, it seems off. Wrong. But how am I supposed to combat the darkness without using it for myself?"
What makes you different from anyone else?
An edge of anger returned to the voice, but without the same searing intensity. "I want to help people. I want to stop war and fighting. I want to use it for good, not to hurt people or control the innocent."
Many who have fallen once believed as you do now. Men's hearts change like the wind.
The being said mournfully. "I won't."
You would make that vow to me, a being you don't even know? I warn you, boy. It is better to never make a vow than to make one and break it.
Without thinking, or even weighing the consequences of such an action, he spoke. "I vow it."
You are a fool. But I will grant this power you seek. But you must know that this power is not your own. I am not like the spirits and beings the others at this school would bind. I do not want to be controlled. I do not want to be bound by anything but my own word. I grant you this power directly because I choose, not because I am bound. I give this power to you, but what I give, I can take away. You would do well to remember that, Corveil.
"I will."
Promises, promises. We will see.
Then, in an instant, Corveil was standing at the edge of the pillars, looking out at the rest of the students who had returned before him. He found his friends among the crowd. Cynthia smiled broadly from where she stood next to Lucian. Titus stared blankly off into the distance, and a look of uncertainty painted Keen's usually bored face. They all wore seals on their right hand. Corveil looked down to his left hand to see his own seal resting on his finger. He looked up to see Lucian staring at him, a devious smile on his face. Corveil smiled back. The end of Season 1 of the Corveil Cases, Dark Academia. Thank you for choosing to listen. This has been an AcheronAudio production in association with WoedDigital. Corveil Cases, Dark Academia was written, directed, edited, and performed by James Victor. The idea for Corveil Cases came from a love of magical systems and historical fantasy. I wanted to create a story that took real-world mythologies and beliefs and made them a reality, but taking care to acknowledge where the power of some of those beliefs came from. Unlike my previous works, Corveil Cases was not a large universe that I'd been working on for years, but a simple story that I came up with in the moment. Though while writing it, I have developed many more stories starring Corveil and the gang, which I cannot wait to share with you. Once Dark Academia comes to a full close, of course. As I often do after each season, I will be taking time away from this story to work on other projects that I'm extremely excited to share with you. If you've enjoyed this story, I would really appreciate it if you could leave a like and a comment. Your comments and feedback mean the world to me, and to stay up to date on when new stories are released, feel free to subscribe. Thank you so much once again for listening and following along with this journey. It really means the world to me. If you would like to support me and this channel, I would encourage you to check out one of the other stories here. And if you decide to lend your time and ear to listen to one of my stories in the future, then I will see you in the next one.